The huge blending vessels of 3,000 liters capacity produce vaccines to the tune of 1 million doses a day. Fully automatic high-speed vial washing, filling, stoppering and sealing machines ensure both the highest quality standards and quantity of the output. Our Institute has the largest computerized facility around the world for lyophilization of parenterals. Focused efforts on the international markets mainly through WHO, UNICEF, the Pan American Health Organization, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, etc. have enabled the company to export a wide variety of vaccines and anti-sera to over 170 countries around the world, notably to Asia, Africa and South America, and also to the CEE and CIS states. The company has been instrumental in saving millions of lives across the globe by supplying billions of doses of vaccines at short notice to control epidemics and also to cater to mass immunization campaigns. The future holds a lot of promise as we are committed to introduce newer technologies and products to contribute to the making of a healthier world. The company will continue its relentless pursuit of trying to conquer diseases. While the accolades come as milestones on this humanitarian journey, Serum Institute of India is steadfast in making Dr. Cyrus Poonawala's dream come true. Serum Institute of India. Protection from birth onwards.
Everyone has a journey, and it has to begin somewhere. As we unveil your story with precision, we allow you to rest as ancient wisdom guides you. Imagine a place where we live in harmony with nature, without any change. Every raindrop collects and flows through the veins of the architecture. And as the sun appears, it fuels our entire existence. So our journey continues as we introduce our holistic ecosystem that builds the true meaning of clinical wellness. This way, Tula becomes more than a destination. It becomes a lifestyle.
At Parth Forge Limited, we don't believe in pause buttons. 50 years ago, we hit play, and we haven't stopped since. We move, we go places, and we take our legacy with us. We started small, but our dreams were big. And we chased them tirelessly with all our heart. That's what brought us to the top. To the world's biggest names. And to people's lives. We're committed to partnering greatness, no matter where we go. From India to Germany, to France to Sweden and USA. We always go that extra mile and bring the best to wherever our clients are. And we never settle. Over 50 years, we have pioneered innovations across fields. Our expertise keeps sharpening. We seek to build a better, smarter, and brighter tomorrow. And we will.
I really enjoy it.
One of the strengths of your country is clearly its youth. You have so many young people in a vibrant society with a lot of creativity.
It's trusted and reliable and curated. I'm a big fan.
Social in a good way.
Yeah, we're a couple.
It is very liberating.
You have a famous hair flip that you do?
That's true. I haven't done it.
Hit us with it.
Okay.
Oh, wow, brilliant.
شو اسمك؟
أنا اسمي محمد.
تخيل تنولد وانت عندك ثقب في الرقبة وتتنفس من الأنبوب.
Yes, it can be quite disabling, disfiguring, but psychologically also it really scars a child. He never feels normal. The parents had sort of given up and thought that this is going to be living with this forever. We had to convince the parents to say, look, there's a good chance we can remove this. So allow us to do a bronchoscopy and then we can fix it slowly. Eventually, thankfully, that's what's happened. The procedure is quite complex and delicate. There's a high risk of scarring back. So as a final part of this procedure, we use some tissues from his own cartilage from his ear. We remove the tracheostomy tube and close the hole in his neck. Graft may not survive. There's a high risk of failure.
تعرف شو يعني تسمع صوتك بعمر 7 سنين لأول مرة؟
بطل ولدي بطل.
Probably wasn't speaking for 3-4 years of his life. Today, he's able to swallow on his own, he's able to speak, his neck is completely healed.
عطولي هالشيء وبعدين عشان أعرف أتنفس.
Can a bank help the world realize its dreams? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward, creating opportunities to prosper. Emirates NBD.
In the heart of India's economic resurgence, a powerful pulse drives innovation and growth. This is ET Now. From breaking news to market insights, we bring you stories that matter, analysis that empowers, and shape the economic landscape of the nation. Join us as we navigate market complexities and spotlight global change makers. ET Now. Rise with India.
We've come a long way to get to where we are today. From what started as a single dream to enabling millions of dreams. From a handful of experts to thousands in our team. From two-wheeler to becoming a financing leader. We cover the length and breadth of our nation. As India moves forward, we move forward. With resilience, resolve and determination. With a focus on digital and innovation. We are relentless in our drive as we strive to meet and exceed the evolving needs of being Bharat ka digital lender. In a market filled with increasing choice, we needed to find our unique brand voice. As part of our journey to tell our growth story, we spoke to people across the country, covering all our stakeholders from customers, channel partners and employees. We sought inspiration in their values and aspirations. We breathe new life in our brand identity, framing human stories through windows of opportunity, reflecting our vision to empower upward mobility, broadening horizons through financial accessibility. Our loans symbolize a dose of confidence, the confidence to make it happen, the confidence to take action, to form collaborations, to go further than we have ever before, to become an inspiration and hero to all. Hero FinCorp, the confidence to make it happen.
Serum Institute was founded by a true visionary, Dr. Cyrus Poonawalla, in 1966. As he says, it is our endeavor to make quality vaccines more affordable around the world, because we firmly believe that health should be the right of every child. Today, the company is the world's largest manufacturer of vaccines by number of doses, and a testimony of the quality is the fact that the company's vaccines have been accredited by the World Health Organization, Geneva. 1967 saw the first manufacturing operations for tetanus vaccines in the company that was formed with the aim of manufacturing life-saving immunobiologicals, of which there was a shortage in the country and which were being imported at high prices. Today, the company's product portfolio encompasses a wide array of recombinant, conjugate and combination vaccines. In response to the ever-increasing global demand for high-quality, affordable vaccines, the company is constantly adding to its setup of dedicated, state-of-the-art manufacturing plants, sophisticated laboratories, and high-tech quality and R&D departments, which undertake cutting-edge research projects that endeavor to make the world a safer and healthier place to live. The colossal production output, which will soon find its way across the planet, is stored under carefully monitored environmental conditions in huge storage bays. The huge blending vessels of 3,000 liters capacity produce vaccines to the tune of 1 million doses a day. Fully automatic high-speed vial washing, filling, stoppering and sealing machines ensure both the highest quality standards and quantity of the output. Serum Institute has the largest computerized facility around the world for lyophilization of parenterals. Focused efforts on the international markets, mainly through WHO, UNICEF, the Pan American Health Organization, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, etc., have enabled the company to export a wide variety of vaccines and anti-sera to over 170 countries around the world, notably to Asia, Africa and South America, and also to the CEE and CIS states. The company has been instrumental in saving millions of lives across the globe by supplying billions of doses of vaccines at short notice to control epidemics and also to cater to mass immunization campaigns. The future holds a lot of promise as we are committed to introduce newer technologies and products to contribute to the making of a healthier world. The company will continue its relentless pursuit of trying to conquer diseases. While the accolades come as milestones on this humanitarian journey, Serum Institute of India is steadfast in making Dr. Cyrus Poonawala's dream come true. Serum Institute of India. Protection from birth onwards.
IGF is the one moment in my annual calendar.
So the importance of IGF, it's actually about the quality of conversations.
I think it's such a fascinating mixture of people, businesses, the public sector.
You need places like the India Global Forum for the rest of the world to be interacting with.
We are all united in our desire for the same things. We want our businesses to grow, our careers to flourish, and our communities to thrive. We want to meet people who energize us, share exciting ideas, and discover new opportunities.
From India to the UK to the UAE and beyond, IGF is committed to bringing the contemporary India story.
Under the leadership of Manoj Ladwell, the Forum is doing a great job of bringing together global climate leaders.
That we see the Indian community for the success story you are in 21st century Britain.
फ्यूचर बहुत ब्राइट है, हम बहुत तेजी से और एक बड़े स्केल के साथ आगे बढ़ते जा रहे हैं.
Amongst ongoing global turbulence, IGF remains at the centre of limitless innovation, limitless possibilities and limitless collaboration, harnessing talent, technology and enterprise across sectors and geographies for maximum impact. India Global Forum is the gateway for global stakeholders to invest in and benefit from India's global trajectory. Hear from industry titans, build strategic partnerships, invest in the future. Only at India Global Forum. Join the conversation at www.indiaglobalforum.com.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hello, welcome to Windsor on this day 4 of the IGF 2024. We have done the business end of the week. This is where the fun end of the week begins. Music, dancing, filmmaking, sport, Indian culture reaches right around the world, and we're going to talk about the impact and the contribution it makes throughout the day today. And we often talk at IGF, don't we, about that living bridge between the UK and India, and nowhere more so than in the realms of culture and creativity, the narratives that tell the story of India's civilizations and society. Today, as we said, we'll hear from actors, sports stars, business leaders, all helping to maintain and grow India's cultural narratives, foster that creativity and inspire future generations. And where better to do that than in these beautiful surroundings here at the Fairmonts in Windsor. For those of you watching us around the world online, you are very welcome. You can continue the conversation that we're having here in the room. Use the hashtag IGF London on social media. So let us make a start. It really is a packed agenda for today. So please welcome my colleague, Naman Ramachandran, international correspondent, and he'll introduce his special guest.
Yeah, right. So the guest, you know who you're here to see, and that's Nawazuddin Siddiqui, who's right here. So without much ado. So Nawaz, we don't have a whole lot of time, and there's so many things that the people here want to know. Let's start with, we are in the UK. So you are one of the leads in McMafia, which is a British production which had a strong Indian element. So what can you tell us about your experience of working in McMafia?
मैं थोड़ा सा मेरी थोड़ी इंग्लिश में फीस माफ़ थी तो थोड़ा सा तो एक्सपीरियंस तो ऑफकोर्स अच्छा रहा, बट सबसे अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस एक चीज़ का था, वो साइलेंस बहुत था वहाँ पे। तो एक बार क्या हुआ एक शॉट देने वाला था मैं, तो मैंने तैयारी कर ली और कोरियोग्राफ कर दी। डायरेक्टर ने, जेम्स वॉटकिन जो यहीं पे रहते हैं, लंदन में ही रहते हैं, वो डायरेक्टर थे। तो मुझे पहले ले गए जहाँ पे सेट वो ब्लॉकिंग होनी थी, सीन शूट होना था। तो सीन शूट हुआ, बता दिया कोरियोग्राफी यहाँ पे ये डायलॉग ये सारा हो गया, बोले कॉस्ट्यूम चेंज कर लो। तो फिर आके मैंने कॉस्ट्यूम चेंज किया और जैसे गया पिन ड्रॉप साइलेंस, तो मुझे लगा ये कुछ गड़बड़ हो गया क्या तो मैं भी साइड में बिल्कुल जाके ऐसे खड़ा हो गया, कैमरामैन भी, असिस्टेंट भी, सारे चुप बिल्कुल ऐसे खड़े। मैंने असिस्टेंट से पूछा, मैंने क्या हुआ, इतना साइलेंस क्यों है? तो बोले सर वेटिंग फॉर यू मैं तो रेडी हूँ। तो बोला आई, तो फिर वो सारा शूट वूट हुआ। तो जब साइलेंस होता है ना कि और थोड़ा हम लोगों को क्या है कि हम लोग जब शूट करते हैं ये मुंडी काट, ये लाइट डालिए, और एक्टर भी वहीं बैठा है तो अपना बेस्ट नहीं दे पाता है। आई थिंक जब साइलेंस होता है, थोड़ी देर के लिए साइलेंस अगर रहे, मतलब सीन शुरू होने से पहले, तो आपकी परफॉर्मेंस में ज़मीन आसमान का फ़र्क आता है। तो ये एक एक्सपीरियंस मुझे हुआ, तब मुझे पता चला कि यार क्यों परफॉर्मेंस क्यों अच्छी होती है, वो चाहे हमारी फिल्मों में हो, लेकिन हमारी फिल्मों में भी कुछ लोग हैं जो इस बात का ख्याल रखते हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पे सब लोग रखते हैं उस बात का ख्याल कि भाई जब एक्टर आए तो पिन ड्रॉप साइलेंस है, और अब परफॉर्मेंस करने में जो एक फोकस, कंसंट्रेशन जो होती है, वो उसका जो उसमें जो परफॉर्मेंस निकल के आती है, वो बहुत फ़र्क, डिफरेंस क्रिएट कर देती है एक्चुअली। तो ये एक एक्सपीरियंस मुझे उसमें हुआ था उस।
So post this experience, did you try and incorporate this in your future productions in India?
मैंने बहुत ट्राई किया, बट हमारे यहाँ जो इतनी बड़ी यूनिट होती है, 300-400 लोग होते हैं, और इम्पॉसिबल है मतलब वो करना एक तरह से।
But you must have experienced that silence when you shot a couple of movies here in London during the lockdown, when COVID was going on. So you must have experienced a silence of a different kind then.
हाँ, वो हाफ साइलेंस, आधी यूनिट हमारे यहाँ की थी, आधी यूनिट यहाँ की थी।
So moving on to your breakthrough international role was in, obviously your films have been in Cannes, many of them, most of them. In fact, one year you had 3 films in Cannes at the same time?
1 year, yeah. 2013 में तो 3 फिल्में थी, और 2012 में मेरी 2 फिल्में थी, और उसके बाद तो सिलसिला, तो 8 फिल्में मेरी कान गई थी, ऑफिशियली सेलेक्ट हुई थी।
So before we come to Sacred Games, which everyone wants to know about, can we go to that year when you had 3 films in Cannes? So how did you do the red carpet sleight of
हाँ
hand?
उसका ये था क्योंकि रेड कारपेट पे हम लोग सब थे, हमारी सब पूरी यूनिट खड़ी हुई थी, तीनों फिल्मों के डायरेक्टर प्रोड्यूसर टीम सब थे। तो पहले मैं एक टीम के साथ गया ऊपर तक, पहले तक गया, फिर वापस आया, फिर दूसरी टीम के साथ गया, फिर वापस आया, फिर तीसरी टीम के साथ गया। रेड कार्पेट ऐसे हुआ था, तो बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस था वो।
So coming to Sacred Games, the role of Gaitonde. What obviously we know what attracted you to the role, but it was a fairly demanding role over 2 seasons. So what was your prep for it? What did Anurag and Vikram tell you about it, and how did it all happen finally?
एक्सपीरियंस तो बहुत ही अजीब सा था, मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा कुछ अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस नहीं था फ्रेंकली स्पीकिंग, क्योंकि एक टॉर्चर सा लगा था मुझे। क्योंकि क्या हुआ था, जब हमने सेक्रेड गेम की शूट शुरू किया तो पहले एक वीक में मेरे साथ जो महिलाएं एक्ट्रेस थी उनके साथ सीक्वेंस थे और थोड़ा एडल्ट सीक्वेंस थे उसमें। तो मैं एक दिन में एक उनके साथ सीक्वेंस करता था, फिर वो ख़त्म है, फिर दूसरी महिला एक्ट्रेस आती थी उनके साथ करता था, फिर तीसरी, चौथी, पांचवी, छठी। तो मुझे ना थोड़ा काफ़ी टाइम तक ना मैं बहुत दूर रहा कि यार भी बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया। तो मुझे ना बहुत अजीब सा लगने लगा था। तो आई डोंट नो, मे बी शायद वो उस तरह का कुछ चाह रहा था, क्योंकि उसमें दिखाया भी कि कुछ धीरे धीरे महिलाओं से उपता वो एक पे जाके थमता है और उसको अपनी वाइफ बना लेता है। शायद वहीं से कुछ कैरेक्टर उसका फिर इमर्ज होता है, यू नो, उस तरह का कुछ था। मे बी शायद उसने डिलिबरेट ये प्रोसेस मेरे साथ की थी। कैसे हैं सर?
And the statistics that Netflix shares shows that more people watched Sacred Games outside of India than in India. So while traveling abroad after Sacred Games, were you stopped on the streets and recognized by people who are not from India?
हम लोग केनिया गए थे, तो वहाँ पे हम लोग शूट कर रहे सेकंड सीज़न इतना खास नहीं बन पाया, आई एम सॉरी। बड़े लोगों से रिएक्शन पता चल रहा था हमें कि इसको मज़ा नहीं आया सेकंड सीज़न में। बट फर्स्ट सीज़न के बाद जब हम सेकंड सीज़न केनिया और जोहान्सबर्ग और केप टाउन में शूट करने गए तो लोगों ने देखा हुआ था एक बहुत बड़ा खूबसूरत सा घर था, जैसे ये है, ये तो होटल है, वो वैसे ही घर था। तो हमें वो चाहिए था, वो दे नहीं रहा था शूटिंग के लिए। तो हमने रिक्वेस्ट की और मैं जाके खड़ा हो गया कि मैं एक्टर हूँ, अरे आई सॉ सीक्रेट गेम्स, तो हमें वो फ्री में मिल गया था फिर। ये फ़ायदा हुआ हमें। तो मतलब ऐसा जानने लगे थे लोग सीक्रेट गेम्स का, तो अच्छा खासा मतलब रिसेप्शन हुआ हमारा। क्या बोल रहा हूँ मुझे खुद ही पता नहीं चल रहा।
So that's a value add for all producers. You get
सही बोल रहा हूँ ना?
So going back to one of your many films at Cannes, which is Raman Raghav 2.0. So when we were chatting last night, you know, as you can see, Nawaz is a very gentle person in real life. Doesn't have an evil bone in him. But to see him on screen in Raman Raghav 2.0, obviously he can say that he's doing his work as an actor. But I believe Anurag did something to bring out your inner ferocity. So can you walk the audience through that process?
मेरा डार्कनेस जो थी वो अंदर से उसने निकाली रमन राघव में। एक्चुअली क्या हुआ था, जब वो शुरू हो रहा था, मैं 5-6 दिन के लिए ना लोनावाला है वहाँ पे पास में, तो वहाँ चला गया था अकेला। और स्क्रिप्ट भी थी, वो तो मैंने देखी नहीं, रखी हुई थी। बट ये जो उसका थॉट था रमन राघव का, कि उसका कहना था कि मैं हकते मुत्ते खाते पीते, आप लोग तो आड़ लेते हो मारने को किसी आदमी को, आप धर्म की आड़ लेते हो, आप कोई इंसानियत की आड़ लेता है किसी को मारने के लिए। लेकिन ये ऐसा कैरेक्टर था जो बोलता है कि मैं जैसे खाता हूँ, पीता हूँ, हकता मुत्ता हूँ, वैसे मारता हूँ और मुझे पेन भी नहीं होता। इस चीज़ पे विश्वास करना, बिलीव करना मेरे लिए बहुत डिफिकल्ट था। क्यों? क्योंकि मैं ऐसा इंसान हूँ नहीं एक्चुअली, और कोई भी नहीं होता इस तरह का इंसान जो ईजिली मार के और नॉर्मली चला जाए। तो ये इस चीज़ पे बिलीव करने के लिए मुझे 5 डेज़ लगे कि मैं ऐसा हो सकता हूँ, मैं ऐसा हो सकता हूँ। शुरू में तो बहुत डरावना था ये, बट धीरे धीरे क्या होता है, एक्टर्स की एक कॉम ऐसी होती है जो इमेजिनेशन कर लेता है, कुछ भी वियर्ड चीज़ें इमेजिनेशन करता है और फिर उस पर बिलीव करके उसको सच ऑनेस्टी के साथ उसको प्रेजेंट करता है। तो वही सब विवेक अच्छे से जानते होंगे इस चीज़ को। तो वो मेरे लिए बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट था और जब मेरा बिलीव हुआ उस पर कि हाँ अब मैं तैयार हूँ आफ्टर 5 डेज़ कि मैं कर सकता हूँ ये। अब मैं किसी के सामने जैसे गया, जैसे सामने मुझे देख रहे हैं, मैं जाके बिल्कुल ऐसे खड़ा हो गया उसके सामने, नॉर्मली खड़ा हुआ था ऐसे, और मेरे दिमाग में चला मैं इसको भी मार सकता हूँ। मेरे लिए मोहरा लग रहा था ये ना, मुझे लग रहे थे मोहरे हैं ये सारे। तो सच में अगर जब एक विश्वास लेके चलते हैं ना तो सामने वाले वो दिखाने की भी ज़रूरत नहीं था, आइज़ में ना कहीं भी दिखाने की ज़रूरत नहीं, सामने वाले को पता चल जाता है। और वो थोड़ा सा ठिठका ऐसे हुआ, उसको लगा कि अजीब सा कुछ हो रहा है इस आदमी को, मैं निकल जाता हूँ। वो निकल गया। तो मुझे बिलीव हुआ कि मेरे दिमाग में भी कैरेक्टर है। बस सीधा जाके मैंने शूटिंग स्टार्ट की और ये पहला सीन वही था जब मैंने शूट किया कि मैं अपने काले पे चलता हूँ। आई डोंट नो कितने लोगों ने देखी, बहुत कम लोगों ने देखी होगी वो फिल्म, क्योंकि जब वो रिलीज़ हुई तो किसी ने देखी नहीं, और जिसने देखी उसने गालियाँ दी हमें बहुत कि कैसी फिल्म बनाते तुम लोग, शर्म नहीं आती क्या तुम लोगों को। हम लोग तो डर गए यार, ऐसे क्या कर दिया हमने, फिल्म ही तो बनाई है। बट फाइनली जब वो नेटफ्लिक्स पे आई और दूसरे उस पे आई तो थोड़ा सा आई थिंक 3-4 साल के बाद लगा कि हाँ आई थिंक करेक्ट नोट पे थे हम लोग, सही फिल्म बनाई है हमने, ऐसा हुआ।
So when you get into the zone like you did for Raman Raghav and you said you took a few days to get into it, how easy is it to get out of it?
बहुत मुश्किल होता है लेकिन करना पड़ता है, क्योंकि आगे भी काम करना होता है, दूसरा रोल करना होता है। तो क्रिकेट की तरह है ना कि एक बार सेंचुरी बना ली, अगर उस सेंचुरी के हैंगओवर में मैं जाऊंगा पिच पे तो पहले 0 पे आउट हो जाऊंगा। तो इससे बेटर है कि 0 से स्टार्ट किया जाए। तो उसको ख़त्म करने के लिए मैंने गालियाँ सुनी, अपने गांव में जाके यार दोस्तों के साथ बैठा, और ट्रोलिंग हो जाती है कभी कभी, तो अच्छा हो जाता है कि हाँ नॉर्मल लाइफ है। तो निकल जाते हैं, उस कैरेक्टर से निकल गया।
So moving on to a completely different role of yours, which is Serious Men, based on Manu Joseph's novel. And for those who don't know, Nawaz scored his first Emmy nomination for the role. And should have won, but anyway. So that was a completely different character, far removed from Faisal or Gaitonde or any of the roles you had done. You were playing a South Indian kind of slum dweller in Worli. So what was the brief that Sudhir Mishra gave to you for getting into the character?
ब्रीफ तो इतना ज़्यादा नहीं था, बट जो क्योंकि स्क्रिप्ट इतनी कमाल की लिखी भी थी वो, और सुधीर का जो नज़रिया है दुनिया को देखने का वो बायस नहीं है, बहुत ही न्यूट्रल है। तो उनकी बातों से आप अंदाज़ा लगा सकते हैं मुझे किस तरफ जाना चाहिए या नहीं जाना चाहिए, वो खुला छोड़ देते हैं आपको। और दूसरा उस फिल्म से जो उसकी जो ख़ास बात थी कि क्योंकि मैं भी फादर हूँ, तो मुझे लगा कि जो हम लोग अपना डालते हैं ना बच्चों के ऊपर कि ये मत करो ये करो, हम कर रहे हैं तुम्हें, हमें एक्सपीरियंस, हम तुम्हें बता रहे हैं, तो बहुत टॉर्चर होता है बच्चों के लिए। हो सकता है कुछ बहुत बड़ा कुछ कर सकता था बच्चा, तो हम उसको लिमिटेड कर देते हैं कहीं ना कहीं, उसकी लिमिटेशन, उसके चारों तरफ एक दायरा बना देते हैं, इसी में तुझे सोचना है। हो सकता है वो आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स को सोचना चाह रहा हो, वो अपने तरीके से दुनिया देख रहा, देखने दो उसको। ये मैंने उससे सीखा सीरियस मैन से, क्योंकि अपने बच्चे को इतना क्रुएलिटी के साथ वो टीच करता है, जो उसके बाद तो मैंने सोचा था मैं अपने बच्चे को तो नहीं करूँगा इस तरह, वो जो भी कुछ करना चाहे उसके लिए मैं सपोर्ट करूँगा। और ये सोचा कि यार उसका बच्चों के ना दोस्त होने चाहिए। जैसे मेरी बेटी है, वो बोल रही थी एक बार मुझे कि मेरे से कुछ नहीं बताती, तू मेरे से छुपाती क्यों बात? बोले आप फादर हो तो मेरे दोस्त बनो पहले। तो मुझे लगा हाँ यार बात तो सही कह रही है, उसके फ्रेंड बनना पड़ेगा मुझे, तभी जाके अपनी सारी चीज़ें बताएगी ये। तो फाइनली जो है मैंने वो छोड़ दिया फादर वाला, क्या मैं फादर टाइप्स, मैं उसका फ्रेंड हूँ, मुझे सारी चीज़ें बता देती है वो। तो ये एक सीरियस मैन से मैंने सीख ली कि हम लोग जो अपना फ्रस्ट्रेशन जो हम नहीं कर पाए लाइफ में, हम अपने बच्चों पे क्यों थोपते, वो बहुत ही डेंजरस होता है।
And that's a lesson to be learned. And so these are all things you have done in the past. I believe what you're working on right now, as much as you can reveal in front of everyone, is a character based on a real life person in Goa. Is that correct? So what can you tell us about that film? What's it called and what's your character called?
कोस्ताव एक फिल्म, कोस्ताव के बारे में बात करते
जी।
हैं। कोस्ताव एक फिल्म जिसमें कस्टम ऑफिसर हूँ मैं, और एक मर्डर हो जाता है। उसका जी इंटेंशन नहीं था उसका, लेकिन हो जाता है, कोइंसिडेंटली ऐसा हो जाता है। फिर उसका पूरी लाइफ कैसे उसकी हेल होती है उसके ऊपर है। और एक फिल्म हम लोग करने वाले थे जो प्रोड्यूस भी विवेक करने वाले थे, हड्डी। तो बहुत ही कमाल का कैरेक्टर था अगेन। तो उस कैरेक्टर को करते मेरे आई थिंक ठाकरे के बाद वो कैरेक्टर ऐसा जो मुझे बहुत डिफ़िकल्टीज हुई थी उसमें, क्योंकि मैं नहीं चाह रहा था कि वो कैरिकेचरिस्ट हो।
This is the one where he plays a transgender character, right?
हाँ।
Yeah.
तो आई थिंक विवेक भी उसी चीज़ से अट्रैक्ट हुआ। तो बहुत अच्छी स्क्रिप्ट थी जो प्रोड्यूस करने वाले थे वो, और बहुत सपोर्ट भी किया विवेक ने उस फिल्म को। और आई थिंक उसी लिए बन भी पाई वो फिल्म, क्योंकि अगर विवेक ना आते तो फिल्म शायद नहीं बन पाती, क्योंकि मैं रेडी नहीं था उस फिल्म को करने के लिए। तो जब विवेक आए तो मुझे कॉन्फिडेंस आया और हमने शुरुआत की। फिर किसी दूसरी वजह से विवेक नहीं रहे उस फिल्म में, बट वो फिल्म बन गई। तो कहीं ना कहीं एक ही कारण थे। थैंक यू वेरी मच। बट क्योंकि जब अक्सर हमारे यहाँ बायोपिक या बायोपिक जो होती है वो थोड़ा सा मामला उसका थोड़ा, क्योंकि क्या होता है ना, सब कुछ ग्लोरीफाइड करना होता है हमें, वो बड़ा दुखदाई होता है। मुझे लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं कुछ मिस्टेक्स भी दिखानी चाहिए, वो हम नहीं दिखा पाते। तो अभी मैं थोड़ा सा बहुत केयरफुल हो गया हूँ। मैं जब भी कोई बायोपिक टाइप की आती पहले बताओ भाई उसकी गलतियाँ, उसमें बुराइयाँ क्या थी वो बताओ मुझे यार, है ना। तो ये पहले मैं सोचता हूँ, देखता हूँ स्क्रिप्ट में, नहीं तो नहीं करते। तो ये एक हड्डी में जो था मेरे लिए बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट कैरेक्टर है रिसेंट टाइम में, जो कि क्या नहीं करना चाहिए, क्योंकि बहुत सारे जो ट्रांसजेंडर मेरे आसपास थे उनसे काफ़ी कुछ सीखा और लगा कि उनको एक अच्छी बात उसमें जो थी, मैं एक्चुअली बता नहीं पा रहा हूँ, बट उनकी ख्वाहिश होती है कंप्लीट फीमेल बनने की, औरत बनने की। तो मैंने रियलाइज़ किया कि मैं ट्रांसजेंडर का कैरेक्टर नहीं करता हूँ, फीमेल बनता हूँ। अपने अंदर का कहीं एक फ़ीमेल निकाल के लेके आऊँगा, टैप करूँगा। हर एक इंसान के अंदर होता है। एक्टर को एक अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलती है उस इंसान को एक उस तरह की ज़िंदगी जीने की। तो कहीं ना कहीं मेरे अंदर की एक फीमेल है जो कैरेक्टर किया था। सामने से लगता है आप लोगों को लगेगा कि ट्रांसजेंडर है, बट मैंने ये सोच के किया था कि फीमेल है, एक फीमेल का कैरेक्टर कर रहा हूँ मैं। कहीं ना कहीं अपने फाइंड आउट करने की कोशिश की थी मैंने। वो एक डिफ़िकल्ट कैरेक्टर था रिसेंट टाइम में मेरे लिए।
So, given that you have such an incredible range of work and you have worked in McMafia, can we expect you to see in a British film anytime soon?
लेट्स सी, देखते हैं। अगर कुछ मेरी थोड़ी इंग्लिश में थोड़ा सा तबीयत ख़राब हो जाती है। काश हालांकि मैं रट के बोल देता हूँ। मैंने बहुत हाँ फीस माफ़ है हाँ, बट मैं हिब्रू भी अगर मुझे देंगे मैं रट लूँगा, रट के बोल दूँगा मैं। आपको एहसास भी नहीं होने दूँगा कि मैं नहीं जानता, वो दूसरी बात है।
So, going back to your range of roles, we have time for just one question. What is it that you look for when you, apart from money and a good script, what is it that you look for when you say yes to a script?
कैरेक्टर। मुझे कैरेक्टर ड्रिवन जो फिल्में वो ज़्यादा पसंद आती हैं, और मुझे लगता है कि मुझे कहानी से ज़्यादा, मेरी वीकनेस ये है कि मुझे कहानी से ज़्यादा कैरेक्टर जो लिखे होते हैं ना, जो उनकी कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स, उनकी हैबिट, उनका टेम्परामेंट, उनके अंदर का जो इनर वर्ल्ड है वो एक्सप्लोर करने में मज़ा आता है। क्योंकि इंसान का जो माइंड है ना, वो बहुत कुछ छुपा होता है उसमें। आप जितने करीब जाओ ना किसी भी इंसान के, तो कुछ और ही होता है वो। तो सामने से जैसे आप कुछ और देख रहे हैं, मैं जब आपसे घर में मिलूँगा ना, हो सकता कुछ
Well, that's all we have time for, unfortunately. Thank you so much, Nawaz, for giving us your time and the benefits of your experience. And shall we have a word from our sponsors after we take the obligatory picture? Yeah.
बहुत ही कॉन्शियस हो जाता।
Thank you.
شو اسمك؟
اسمي محمد.
تخيل تنولد وانت عندك ثقب في الرقبة وتتنفس من الأنبوب.
Yes, it can be quite disabling, disfiguring, but psychologically also it really scars a child. He never feels normal. The parents had sort of given up and thought that this is going to be living with this forever. We had to convince the parents to say, look, there's a good chance we can remove this. So allow us to do a bronchoscopy and then we can fix it slowly. Eventually, thankfully, that's what's happened. The procedure is quite complex and delicate. There's a high risk of scarring back. So as a final part of this procedure, we use some tissues from his own cartilage from his ear. We remove the tracheostomy tube and close the hole in his neck. Graft may not survive. There's a high risk of failure.
تعرف شو يعني تسمع صوتك بعمر 7 سنين لأول مرة؟
بطل ولدي بطل.
Probably wasn't speaking for 3-4 years of his life. Today he's able to swallow on his own, he's able to speak, his neck is completely healed.
عطولي هالشي وبعدين عشان أعرف أتنفس.
So how do I follow that? Well, we're going to stay with the theme of storytelling. It's something that if you were with us earlier in the week on Monday, you'll know we spoke about storytelling with Jeffrey Archer. But I want to now look at the trend of modern retellings and revivals, particularly in film, but also in literature too. I want to also ask if reinvention is still the commercial success that it once was. So to do that, please welcome my next panel, the author, Amish Tripathi, Sanjeev Sanyal, member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, and also the poet, writer and communications specialist, Prasoon Joshi. Come on up, please. Nice to see you all. Take a seat. Nice to see you all. I feel like we've met every day this week so far, so lovely to see you. But we've made it to Thursday. And we can have
except for Prasoon, who
yes.
just came after having won at Cannes. So,
well, yes.
Loud applause for it.
And I will talk about that in a moment as well. Amish, let's start with that topic, because there is maybe a trend right now of reinventing stories. It's about sequels. It's about kind of retelling the same story in a different way. In your writing, you've done that. You revisit established narratives. What is it about going back to the same stories but telling them in a slightly different way that has such appeal?
I think that emerges from cultures which are very attached to their roots. And look, if you remain stuck and rigid to what the original stories were, often they end up dying out. Why is it that the modern Greeks don't worship Apollo and Zeus anymore? Why don't the modern Egyptians worship Amun-Ra anymore? Whereas Indians continue to worship. Our our ancient gods. We still chant hymns that were composed 8,000 years ago. For example, I chant the Shri Rudra. That was composed 8,000 years ago. We are the only pre-Bronze Age culture that is still alive. I think one of the reasons for that is India has had a tradition of keeping the best of the old and adding in something of the new every few centuries. What that does is it just infuses new life into those old stories. We retain our connection to our ancient roots, but make it relevant to a modern time once again. And if those stories are not reinvented, then they die out, like sadly happened with the pagan Greeks or with the pharaonic Egyptians. Indians have this ability. So actually it's been an ancient tradition. Our stories keep getting reinvented.
And Sanjeev, is this about sort of breathing new life into the same story, or is it revisiting the same stories told from a different perspective?
I mean, clearly the point that Amish is making, that you need to infuse new light and life and new relevance to old stories. But sometimes the stories need to be retold in a completely different way. So let me tell you about my own way of doing it. For example, the way India's history is told in India is told from a uniquely landlocked way. Whereas in fact our history is mostly maritime. India is the only country in the world which actually has an ocean named after it, the Indian Ocean. And yet, our history books tend to be all about stuff inland.
Yeah.
So one of my books called The Ocean of Churn is about the history of the Indian Ocean, where of course the Indians were sailing up and down and across it for thousands of years, and it's a very exciting story. I don't know if you're aware, but I'm actually building an ancient ship using ancient techniques, no nails used in it, so a ship which we will then sail to Oman and then out to Bali in Indonesia. So it's not just about retelling the story as in literature. The fun thing is actually to build these ships. So that ship is under construction in Goa and should be in water next year.
And tell me, that's a project about revisiting historical roots, but also is that a project that you will write about? That will be a story in itself?
Yes, so I've already written a book called Ocean of Churn, which is the history. So now this will probably be more visual, so we'll probably do it more like a National Geographic kind of adventure video. So it's already, the construction of ship is being documented. And of course, the voyage itself will be documented. So the Sultan of Oman and the Indian Prime Minister have already announced that in 2025, we will do this voyage to Muscat from India. And so we'll do it in that way, and I'm sure the technical details of it will be written as academic papers.
Yeah.
And so that kind of thing is something I like doing.
When it keeps those stories alive. And
keeps the story alive.
And I want to come on to, in just a second, turning literature as well into television as well, because I know that's something you're involved in too. Prasoon, nice to see you as well. Welcome. Tell me about Cannes though. Congratulations. And the importance of something like Cannes to not only recognize and acknowledge these stories, but also the ability to reward them and open them up to a whole new audience.
Yeah, of course. I'll come to Cannes, but taking the point forward, the interpretation when it comes to of the stories which already exist. I mean, I have worked in both kinds of films. I mean, a film like Manikarnika will be very historical in nature, or something which is a Tare Zameen Par, which will be a story which is told in today's times. I think the modern storytelling, when it borrows from a collective culture, where there is a culture of collective storytelling, there is a less of ego there. In modern writing or modern creation, the self, the concept of self, who created it, who wrote it, who is the storyteller, becomes very important. And that's where the caution has to be exercised. Because when you're borrowing from the collective, you can have a vantage point. And it could be absolutely a different vantage point. I mean, the river is flowing, and the one who is fighting with the waves would describe the river as aggressive. And the one who is meditating at the river bank will describe the river as calm. So vantage point definitely can change. But the sense of ego, when it comes in the modern writing, that's where you are seeking too much of originality at times. When you're seeking too much of originality, you want your own stamp to be put. This is my take. In that, I'm not saying it's not allowed. Condescension should not be there. That my word is the last word. Then you have to respect. Mine is one of the interpretations. There could be many other. Hence, the truth would be there. It's there, staring at you. And you have your own way of looking at it. So in the modern writing, we have to be careful because a lot of sitting on the certification board also. Often my fellow member is here, Vani. And I feel that we often see that people take objections to something which is historical.
Because it doesn't align with their perspective.
India has, faced a lot of challenges in that. If you see what is mythological and what is historical, a lot of debate about that. Is oral tradition something which can be dismissed as oral tradition and not something which is historical? So a lot of these challenges are there. Yeah. So you are borrowing from existing stories and telling them in today's context. I think we have to be, we have to do in-depth work before you can sort of venture into it.
Yeah, and Sanjeev, that point about perspective is so important. That's what you did with Revolutionaries, wasn't it? You told a familiar story, but from a different perspective. And that breathes a whole new life into what might be a familiar story. Just tell me about that.
Yes, so this familiar story, this is what he's talking about, relates to my book called The Revolutionaries, which is a history of India's freedom struggle from the perspective of the armed resistance to British occupation. So the way the story is usually told is that the Gandhi sort of gently suggested to the British to leave and they politely left. But there is another story which is much more violent and involves assassinations and shootouts and all kinds of things, incidentally involving many members of my family. And I thought that story is also an interesting story, and they have a completely different view of how India became independent. So, so that story too needed to be told. There's lots of evidence for it since it's only 100 years old, all these events. So I wrote this down. The book has been, of course, a runaway bestseller, but we are now converting it into a Amazon Prime 2-season OTT series. Nikhil Advani is going to direct and produce it. And it's full of action, as you can imagine. There's spies and plots and assassinations and stuff like that. But again, you have to be true to this. And this is the point that Prasun was saying. Since I'm kind of helping put the script together, very often the script writers feel that they need to add masala to this whole thing. And I keep telling them, the actual events are so crazy that you don't need to. Because every time they need something to sort of create a bridge or something, I actually tell them, there is another event that actually happened, and let me tell you about it, and let's use this. So, of course, we won't have it exactly in the way things happened, but more or less by adjusting real events around a little bit, we managed to keep the chain of the story going because it's 16 parts, so we have to create the links through them.
And how do you interpret that then for a global audience? For a story like that, what is different about you writing the book and then translating that onto the television?
So it is a global audience in the sense, obviously there's a language issue, but other than that, now it's quite common to use some sort of subtext kind of thing. Yeah. But the thing is, these events that happened in India weren't sort of happening only in India. They were directly linked to things that were happening in the rest of the world. So, for example, the first season will be a lot about the Ghadar movement, which happened coincidentally with the First World War. Many of the allies of the revolutionaries were people like the IRA. In fact, they called themselves the Hindustan Republican Army, directly named to sound like the Irish Republican Army. So there is a lot of this global stuff happening, and of course, it culminates, as many of you know, in the Indian National Army in Singapore during the Second World War with Netaji and so on. So all of these things are global events just as much as they're Indian events.
Yeah. And Amish, we talked about this earlier in the week, didn't we? About that disconnect between what people in India are reading and watching, and what the rest of the world thinks India is interested in. Are you confident that that gap is closing? That there's now an understanding of how India is represented on a world stage in art, literature, and film, but also those stories of India now have a growing relevance around the world, because they are stories. They happen to be based in India, but they are stories of humanity. There are stories of survival. They're stories of war. These are common themes. They're not unique to India or exclusive.
A few things. One, it hasn't changed yet, but it will, because till now it was more a sermon from the West to India.
Yeah.
Now it's a conversation, because the Indians are also speaking. And if you think about it, it's kind of a surprise that practically every country in the world has a rectangular flag. Every country in the world magically has a national anthem that fits somewhere between 30 seconds and 2 minutes. Now, these are all Western paradigms which is just cascaded down. All of us blindly follow it. Yeah. Traditional Indian flags were not rectangular. They were actually triangular. Yeah. That's how, and most Indians have actually forgotten it. The Nepalis, I don't know if there are any Nepalis here, the Nepalis are much more deeply rooted than we Indians are. Their flag continues to be triangular, right? So till now, whatever would be the Western paradigm would just get absorbed into India. There's a reason why India has glass wall buildings. I mean, it's just a separate... In Western Europe, it makes sense. There's a shortage of the sun. In India, it makes absolutely no sense. There's an excess of the sun. We're building giant microwave ovens, basically, right? Why? Because all of us want to be Westernized. Now, after many centuries, India is speaking again. So it'll actually, instead of a sermon, it'll become a conversation. Now, will there be some dissonance in this? Yes, there may be some Westerners who may not like it because they think, oh, Indians are talking back. Are you becoming extremists? No, we're just speaking our point of view. There's another angle as well, to the point that Prasoon was thinking. Many of the Indians, because the Indian Indians have felt that our culture has been disrespected. At times, there's a sense of insecurity. Right. And my suggestion to my fellow Indians is let that go. That was in the past, right? If you see racism when there is no racism, if you see condescension where there is no condescension, you actually spoil the conversation. Then it becomes an argument, right? We must speak our point of view confidently. It will change. It's a matter of time. As India becomes more and more economically powerful, we'll naturally become more culturally powerful. I don't know how many of you have heard of Chanakya. Chanakya had said wonderfully, Sukhasya moolam dharma, dharmasya moolam artha. At the heart of, and I'll translate, don't worry. At the heart of, happiness and peace is dharma. At the heart of dharma is artha, which is wealth and power. Chanakya had said very clearly, wealth and power is at the heart of everything. If you don't have that, your culture means nothing. No one's going to listen to you. As India becomes wealthier and more powerful, it will change. And it will change with the West as well. It will change with the rest of the world.
And Prasoon, I'm interested in, India's so ripe for such amazing historical stories, and yet how do you stop modern retellings of them just being a bit of nostalgia, just a kind of retelling the same story? How do you reinterpret it for a new audience, and how do you bring that to a wider audience? Because technology allows you to take these stories to more places than ever before, much more quickly.
I think first thing is that I like the democratization of storytelling today. Now you were told stories, now you are telling stories.
Yep.
So when you were told stories, you were told the stories which were considered right for you. Now you are telling stories which you think you want to tell. Right. In fact, India is so much so, I also do, communication advertising. And the challenge we face today is there are more storytellers than listeners.
Right.
So So everybody has a story to tell.
Yeah. So how do you stand out?
They're impatient.
Yeah.
And I don't blame. Because you're getting an opportunity. The technology has given an opportunity today. You're talking about Cannes. I just came back from there, and this was an advertising festival where I received an award. Now, if you see what Indians are doing, if you see the use of technology there, there are two kinds of technology I saw in Cannes. And one is the kind of indulgent kind of technology, which is like empowering already empowered. So you give robotics to someone who could use an iPad, or in finer into it and more indulgent in that sense. What we've seen in India, what we received also for, is that the young people are trying to use human tech, social tech. They're trying to reach the technologically dark, absolutely, and trying to empower, change rural life completely. I mean, if UPI has to be, if something has to be awarded today in the advertising, it should be UPI on a branding case or a case which or technology case which has transformed life. Now, for someone who really enjoys technology and is indulgent, would probably find UPI basic. It's an empowerment digital payment method. But someone who really feels that technology should change and transform lives would see that as a huge leap of humanity into future. So I think India, you're seeing those things. And India is seeing people really wanting to tell these stories you haven't heard before. The lens you saw India from, and yes, one is the kind of stories which Amish, beautifully tells. There is another kind of story which is like human endeavor, stories of human endeavor in India. Despite being economically where it used to be, there is an India which functions beautifully inside. And how does it function? How has it been? I have a serious objection to the word jugaad. A lot of people use that. I find it condescending. I find it not complimenting our people. Any other country would have called it innovation.
Yeah.
And I think that attitudinal shift that value the innovation of your own people. I think that's happening in storytelling also. We are respecting our stories. I mean, I was very happy when Nawaz Bhai was talking about Vivek, funding or financially helping or promoting of it. You need really believers. We have a lot of franchises when it comes to the films or in television programming. You see a lot of international franchises which have been, some of the very popular programs in television are actually franchises which have been taken from somewhere else. Now we have great ideas, just that we today require believers in those ideas. We need really people, and he's right when he says, Sanjeev, we often talk about it, is that if you're financially not there, your ideas will have idea infanticide. And there are too many idea infanticides in India.
It's almost like a design this, because that's exactly what we're going to talk about on our next panel. I'm being told off because the time is up, but thank you so much. Nice to talk to you all. I know.
That's your fault.
We could go all day. If you all want to skip lunch, we can carry on.
If only we knew someone who actually controls things and increase the time.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together.
Thank you
very
very
much.
In the heart of India's economic resurgence, a powerful pulse drives innovation and growth. This is ET Now. From breaking news to market insights, we bring you stories that matter, analysis that empowers, and shape the economic landscape of the nation. Join us as we navigate market complexities and spotlight global change makers. ET Now. Rise with India.
Ladies and gents, yeah, exactly. Ladies and gents, it is not yet time for lunch. We have one more session before lunch, so please do take your seats. We have another 20 minutes, and then lunch will be served outside on the lawn. But please take your seats in the room. We're going to discuss that battle between commerce and creativity. Let's ask everyone to take their seats in the room, please. Okay. Ladies and gents, please take your seats. We'll begin the next session just in a moment. Hi. Folks, please take your seats. We are going to start the next session. And I want to talk about that ever-present tension between things like commerce and creativity. Please, thank you. The question, does technology bring us together to share our culture and heritage, or does it bleach it of its individuality? Can true culture ever be global? Or does being global mean also being generic? We spoke a little about this in the world of literature again this week, but I want to ask that question, is there ever a balance between commercial success and creative integrity? So to discuss that, please welcome my panel, Dr. Jyotsna Srikanth, who's a violinist and artistic director at Dhruv Arts, Rajat Dhawan, Chief Technology Officer at Soho House, Arunamima Kumar, who's the director of Arunamima Kumar Dance Company, and Jason Hafford, who's the co-founder and manager at Dream Bay Entertainment. Welcome to you all. Hello. Lovely to see you all, thank you. And I promise everyone we will get to lunch, but I really want to hear our panel, and it's glorious outside. So we've got about 20 minutes until lunch. But thank you all for being here, and lovely to see you. And maybe I can start with you, Rajat, because people will know Soho House sells a certain brand, doesn't it? A vibe, it's a lifestyle, it's a culture that people want to be part of. But explain to me, first of all, that dilemma between commercial success and a creative community. Can the two coexist?
Yeah, I think they definitely can, and it does definitely in the world of Soho House. For those of you who don't know Soho House, we are essentially a global lifestyle business, which essentially operates on a membership model. People apply to be a member, and once they are, they can enjoy, our facilities, which are typically private members clubs, several in London, but also in India and expanding. And by design, we are a membership club for the people who are creative, either in creative industries such as journalism, media, fashion, art, music, or people who are generally creative. They don't have to be in that industry. And we protected that integrity since we were born 30 years ago. So I think protecting that and having that by design itself means that the company is doing something special for people who are creative. But at the same time, we are a for-profit company. We are NYSE listed, more than $1 billion of revenue. And therefore, what we do on a continual basis is striving a balance between how can we continue to promote creativity, having that freedom of expression, but at the same time not stifling that from a commercial perspective. I'll give an example of how we're using artificial intelligence to essentially match members to other members. So typically in a Soho House, one member would meet another, they'll strike a conversation, and sometimes that leads to relationships, more creative endeavors, or even startups. And that's happened since the last 30 years. As we've grown in scale and we've become a lot more international than just being in London, what that has meant is that accidental conversations have reduced. So we've now introduced artificial intelligence-based matching between members based on their behaviors and preferences so that they can meet on our app and then continue the conversation after that. So this is one example of many where creativity continues to be fostered without compromising the commercial success of the business.
But as you grow, is there a danger you lose this sort of founding principle of what the club was all about, which was a space for members to go? It was private, it was away from the masses. As you grow, in so many countries on such scale, do you lose the core of what being a member of a private club is when it becomes so public?
Yeah. and we get asked this question a lot of times as we scale. But remember that the world's really big, and there are a lot of creatives around the world. I mean, up till now we only have one club in India, which is in Juhu in Mumbai. And imagine how big the country is in terms of creative people, and therefore we are expanding. We didn't have any presence in Latin America. We've just opened 2. We had no presence in Scandinavia, opened 2. We have very limited presence in Southeast Asia. We have no presence in Australia, no presence in Africa. So there is still a lot of white space out there, such that we can continue with the ethos of being exclusive for the creative community and still not dilute our proposition.
Yeah. Aranima, let me bring you in here because I asked that question about can you grow in scale? Can you take what you do to a global audience while still protecting the core of what you are? And talk to me about what you do and how you manage to translate that. Technology allows you to take your art to a whole other audience, but how do you protect the very essence of what you're doing?
I think so. I run an Indian classical dance institution, and it is the largest institution of Kuchipudi in the UK. So just to give you an example, I left my banking career, a very successful banking career, to focus on arts. And I wanted to create a living bridge between past and present, between what I learned in India and as a modern, as a girl growing up in contemporary society, what I could do. So we spoke about retelling of stories and how do we push that boundary forward. The process of making has to be authentic. So when I create, I look at what affects me, what is my knowledge of my classical form, and how can I let it breathe? How can I make it accessible to the children learning today, to my audiences today, and how can I really scale it up? So to give you an example, we created Avatara. So Dashavatara is part of Indian mythology. Everybody knows about the concept of 10 reincarnations of Lord Vishnu. So in my, when I started working on it, I wanted the 10th Avatara, the last one, to be a specially abled person. And we worked with Latin and ballroom dancers, with Kuchipudi dancers, and brought them together in a collaboration to create this project, Avatara. And so therefore the process of making is still authentic. The process of creating and leveraging the art, which is Kuchipudi, is still authentic, but it is set in a realistic setting. It is set in a setting that, I want to have a conversation with my audiences, and do you think that this Avatara can work? Yeah. Second is when I used, there is a foot painting tradition in Kuchipudi. Normally we paint gods and goddesses while dancing. But I used that to create a production called Stree. And in that I said, well, a woman can be who she wants to be and not stereotyped, from mythology. And we gave examples of Rati, Sita, Sati. And so I paint a woman, a modern woman, rather than a god or a goddess. So it is about really bridging that gap. It is about staying authentic. I don't demonize being commercial, because I think to stay sustainable, you have to remain. You have to be commercial. The process of creating has to be creative, but I'm hungry as an artist. I'm greedy as an artist for creating, but not for money. Money is just a means. But I don't demonize it. And I think the process of selling or the process of showcasing your art has to be commercial if you want to, remain viable. So we, in our company, have an artist development process, and that really engages with children. And a lot of it, a lot of the revenue comes from that, but we also support bursary programs. So really having that balance of community as well as a private partnership, and that's what makes it sustainable. And last point on technology, again, I want to befriend technology. I want to embrace it. I think that with COVID, we had a tsunami of technology thrown at us. And Indian dance was not really thought of as something you could teach on Zoom. But I had almost 150 people join at one time from across the globe, in one single session. So the scale for technology is incredible. And if we could follow the Duolingo or like the new yoga app, for dance, and make, say, Indian dance fashionable, I think Indian dance is waiting to happen, just like yoga. It's just all of us believing in it, and then really keeping the living bridge alive.
And Jason, I want to bring you in on that point in just a second, but I'm interested in George, because there are a lot of parallels here, aren't there, in what you do as well, about bridging those divides. But equally, the reality is that people need to be commercially successful too, to make that happen. You can have the best ideas in the world, but unless they're commercially viable, they don't travel. How do you navigate that? How do you make sure that what you do is also commercially successful?
Yeah, here I will have to answer in two parts. One, me as a violinist, as an artist, and one as a curator of London International Arts Festival. As an artist, yes, in the Indian diaspora setup, Bollywood is so popular. So anything that revolves around Bollywood, I can sell out. That's but I'm speaking about the hard, brutal truth. But when you come up with something very, very creative and quality-wise it's excellent, it is difficult to push. So what I do as a curator, I partner with organizations which are well-known, which have a good profile, and by the name of the organization, audiences come in.
Right.
So I'm not going to struggle very hard with the getting in audiences. So at the same time, okay, I also need to see some commercial sense in what I do as a curator. So I do program events which are commercially successful also. So this balances. So as an artist, like example, I have been doing a lot of collaboration. I come from the South Indian Carnatic music tradition. It's a traditional music from south of India. So being in the UK, yes, there is a niche audience for classical art, definitely, but collaborations is the order of the day. Right. So I did compose for the London Philharmonic Orchestra a project called Raga Seasons, where India's 6 seasons are represented by 6 movements and 6 ragas. Now I'm writing Emotions 9, which are the 9 emotions. So this is for a totally different setup, a string orchestra and a philharmonic. That also promotes cultural diplomacy, if you see. So that really balanced between creativity and commercial aspects. And also one of my collaborations called Nordic Raga, a collaboration with the Swedish folk music. Same thing. This happened in Nordic countries. So we were able to somehow balance between creativity and commerce by performing at well-known venues. And then of course now social media is there with promos, shorts, or using technology. We were able to do a very good marketing of compared to the first tour. Second tour, our shows was sold out.
Yeah. So and it's really interesting, the idea that if it's connected to Bollywood, fine, it's sold.
Yes.
Jason, let me bring you in here because you spent a decade bringing India and Hollywood together, didn't you? I wonder in that time how that relationship changed as well, the understanding of the stories and the narratives and the market as a whole in terms of what Hollywood would do and what Bollywood want to do and where they meet in the middle.
I mean, there's a lot of opportunity for them to meet more in the middle. I think they still tend to be pretty separate. But I think when you look at the technology piece that's changed in the last decade, the fun thing has been there has been some more cross-border collaboration and inspiration with people being able to watch things from different places in a much easier capacity. You can, when RRR hit Netflix, everyone in America lost it. They never went and saw Bahubali in a theater. And so that Netflix, that technology, that Amazon Prime can really supercharge the ability for something to get traction and get an audience.
Just availability though. If it's there, people will watch it. They don't have to hunt it out.
You look at 100+ years of cinema in India and say this is an incredible industry. There's people all over the world who are obsessed, whether or not they're Indian, you could be Arab or African or Eastern European and love Indian cinema. But you had to have that distribution platform in your hometown, which was normally a theater. So with Netflix and with Apple and with Amazon, you now have the ability to just turn on your phone and watch Rajamouli or watch Nawaz in Sacred Games, which was a big entry point for people saying this was probably the first thing they watched. If they weren't Indian, Sacred Games might have been the first thing they watched.
Level.
Yeah, and then that kick-started well, now I need to watch all of his movies. Now I need to see who is Vikram Motwani. What's the next thing he's going to do? Who is this Anurag Kashyap guy who seems to be at Cannes every year? Like it creates this great entry point.
And with that access point, is there any pressure to sort of water down the Indianness of these stories for a global audience? Or with that track record, can you say, look, these are great stories, they will travel universally, and here they are on this platform?
I think if you look at like RRR, for example, there was no watering down of the Indian bits. So I would say no. It actually creates a really interesting thing when you start saying post 2016, 2017, when the streamers really took off. A filmmaker like Anurag who wants to make really important cinema, sometimes there's a difficulty in selling that to the distributors and the theater owners across India. If you can say, I want to give my pure idea and I don't want the distribution guy in wherever to disrupt my beautiful genius idea, if I just take it to Netflix or I take it to Amazon or I take it to this international platform, I don't have to worry about the ticket counts. And so it allows you to actually be more honest and more faithful as a director or writer.
Yeah, and Raja, the reason I ask about the kind of watering down, because, as you open houses in more cities around the world, clearly you want to have a connection with that city. There's a reason you're in Mumbai or in London or Miami or New York. How do you respect the kind of the culture and the local kind of flavour of where you are versus essentially being a chain? And I don't use that in a derogatory way, but you are delivering a product, and that's why people want to be members, because they want to be part of that chain, that community.
Yeah. And it's an important balance that we have to strike in every city that we go. And there needs to be a local nuance to everything that we do, including the art on the wall or the food on the menu. But at the same time, there has to be a global influence of what Soho House stands for. Every city is a bit different. When we went to Mumbai, we had mac and cheese on the menu, and that was a flop. So we had to reintroduce butter chicken on the menu so that it got more popular. And every city is therefore different in different ways. And it's hard to define the balance, but you got to strike the balance as you progress. And again,
And how do you learn that balance? Is it just looking at things like sales and sign-ups, or is this about?
Yeah, there is a lot of insights meet intuition in our business. So obviously there are people who are local, there are people who are global contributing to how the club progresses. But often there are lots of ideas. But what we look at is member preferences and behaviors, and how do we use that advanced analytics against how we invest our money and progress the club in such a way that is truly believed by our members.
And Arunima, when we talk about sort of that creativity that we all share in different ways, and you talk there about that bridge to overcome divides, to sort of foster greater understanding. At what point do you make that decision that this needs to be commercially viable? This needs to sell, else I can't put it on. You can have the best, most creative idea in the world, and that's a really difficult decision for everybody here. But how do you square that in your mind?
I think when I create, I just create, and I'm having a conversation. I'm liberated. I'm free. But you're right. When it comes to funders, and I present my ideas, and it's not getting through, and my grant applications are not viable, then I look at some of their tick boxes. I say, okay, well, I worked in community when it was not fashionable. I worked in inclusive intergenerational arts for the last decade when nobody really cared for it. But today, that is something which will get me money. So I want to do it, and therefore I will do it, and therefore I will probably create a blend of having a lot of that in my work. So we do a lot of dance for social impact and community impact. I will include that. At some point I will get the funding for it, and it will also allow me to be sustainable in my creative works. So
yeah, and Jason, when you're having those conversations then with artists that you're working with, is there a greater understanding now of having the idea but making it travel, making it globally attractive, and the understanding of how they do that successfully?
Yeah, I think when people try to make the idea that travels, it normally flops. I think where you find that the nuance and the specificity and authenticity of the place and the story is where it really over-indexes and travels. If you make Squid Game and you try to make it too global, it doesn't work. If you say this is for Korea and if you like it, great.
But no one knew Squid Game would
Right,
take off,
right.
So is it about the gambling?
Yeah. So it's the risk in saying I'm going to tell the story. Or Parasite, another example of it was very Korean, but you could reset that story in London, in Los Angeles, in Bombay, anywhere.
But the Korean bit made it unique.
The Korean bit and being true to that makes it work in all those places.
And a final, our time is up as always. George, give me a sense then of how independent artists can survive, because you work with so many of them in this world, in this globalized world. We know it's easier than ever for them to get their story, their craft, their art out, but it also means that the competition is global too.
Yes, I would like to answer with the perspective of a musician, because
of course, yes.
So independent artists, yes, they can survive, but there must be adaptability and versatility also. I can't say I'm very rigid and strict. I'm only going to do this. No, collaboration. You must have collaborative spirit. Also, you can't just look at performances. You should up your game and see how you can survive with music production, then teaching. Then you can offer your music for television, film, and commercials. You should see how you can get revenue from different streams.
Yes.
And of course, the independent artists should up their PR game, and social media. They need to be in touch with the industry professionals, attend workshops, seminars, all these. And then they must also be having some knowledge about copyright laws, which is very important. That's where they're failing. And because with my experience as an independent artist, I had problems with the copyright laws and many people just taking my music and things like that. You can miss a lot of revenue from that. And you can get revenue from streaming, on online classes, all these are there. And then education, there must be continuous learning. And now music technology has progressed so much. You must learn to balance your traditional art with technology. And of course, you must collaborate with different genres of music, different cultures, different traditions. Then that can take you to many places. And also mainly independent artists also need support of government and corporate funders. Yeah. That is not happening now. And the Arts Council funding, a small chunk of independent artists are getting, and you have to tick so many boxes to get the funding. So corporate funders, if they can start helping independent artists, they can survive.
Message to everyone. There we go. It is now time for lunch. You'll be glad to know. But ladies and gents, our panel, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, squeeze in.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
At Parth Forge Limited, we don't believe in pause buttons. 50 years ago, we hit play, and we haven't stopped since. We move, we go places, and we take our legacy with us. We started small, but our dreams were big. and we chase them tirelessly with all our heart. That's what brought us to the top, to the world's biggest names, and to people's lives. We're committed to partnering greatness, no matter where we go. From India to Germany, to France to Sweden and USA. We always go that extra mile and bring the best to wherever our clients are, and we never settle. Over 50 years, we have pioneered innovations across fields. Our expertise keeps sharpening. We seek to build a better, smarter, and brighter tomorrow. And we will.
I really enjoy it.
One of the strengths of your country is clearly its youth. You have so many young people and a vibrant society with a lot of creativity.
It's trusted and reliable and curated. I'm a big fan.
Social in a good way.
Yeah, we're a couple.
It is very liberating.
You have a famous hair flip that you do?
That's true. I haven't done it.
Hit us with it.
Okay.
Oh, wow, brilliant.
شو اسمك؟
أنا اسمي محمد.
تخيل تنولد وانت عندك ثقب في الرقبة وتتنفس من الأنبوب.
Yes, it can be quite disabling, disfiguring, but psychologically also it really scars a child. He never feels normal. The parents had sort of given up and thought that this is going to be living with this forever. We had to convince the parents to say, look, there's a good chance we can remove this. So allow us to do a bronchoscopy and then we can fix it slowly. Eventually, thankfully, that's what's happened. The procedure is quite complex and delicate. There's a high risk of scarring back. So as a final part of this procedure, we use some tissues from his own cartilage from his ear. We remove the tracheostomy tube and close the hole in his neck. Graft may not survive. There's a high risk of failure.
تعرف شو يعني تسمع صوتك بعمر 7 سنين لأول مرة؟
بطل ولدي بطل. Probably wasn't speaking for 3-4 years of his life. Today he's able to swallow on his own, he's able to speak, his neck is completely healed.
عطولي هالشي وبعدين عشان أعرف أتنفس.
Can a bank help the world realize its dreams? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward. Creating opportunities to prosper. Emirates NBD.
In the heart of India's economic resurgence, A powerful pulse drives innovation and growth. This is ET Now. From breaking news to market insights, we bring you stories that matter, analysis that empowers, and shape the economic landscape of the nation. Join us as we navigate market complexities and spotlight global change makers. ET Now. Rise with India.
We've come a long way to get to where we are today. From what started as a single dream to enabling millions of dreams. From a handful of experts to thousands in our team. From two-wheeler to becoming a financing leader, we cover the length and breadth of our nation. As India moves forward, we move forward. With resilience, resolve and determination. With a focus on digital and innovation. We are relentless in our drive as we strive to meet and exceed the evolving needs of being Bharat ka digital lender. In a market filled with increasing choice, we needed to find our unique brand voice. As part of our journey to tell our growth story, we spoke to people across the country, covering all our stakeholders from customers, channel partners and employees. We sought inspiration in their values and aspirations. We breathe new life in our brand identity, framing human stories through windows of opportunity, reflecting our vision to empower upward mobility, broadening horizons through financial accessibility. Our loans symbolize a dose of confidence, the confidence to make it happen, the confidence to take action, to form collaborations, to go further than we have ever before, to become an inspiration and hero to all. Hero FinCorp, the confidence to make it happen.
Serum Institute was founded by a true visionary, Dr. Cyrus Poonawalla, in 1966. As he says, it is our endeavor to make quality vaccines more affordable around the world, because we firmly believe that health should be the right of every child. Today, the company is the world's largest manufacturer of vaccines by number of doses, and a testimony of the quality is the fact that the company's vaccines have been accredited by the World Health Organization, Geneva. 1967 saw the first manufacturing operations for tetanus vaccines in the company that was formed with the aim of manufacturing life-saving immunobiologicals, of which there was a shortage in the country and which were being imported at high prices. Today, the company's product portfolio encompasses a wide array of recombinant, conjugate and combination vaccines. In response to the ever-increasing global demand for high-quality, affordable vaccines, the company is constantly adding to its setup of dedicated, state-of-the-art manufacturing plants, sophisticated laboratories, and high-tech quality and R&D departments, which undertake cutting-edge research projects that endeavor to make the world a safer and healthier place to live. The colossal production output, which will soon find its way across the planet, is stored under carefully monitored environmental conditions in huge storage bays. The huge blending vessels of 3,000 liters capacity produce vaccines to the tune of 1 million doses a day. Fully automatic, high-speed vial washing, filling, stoppering, and sealing machines ensure both the highest quality standards and quantity of the output. Our institute has the largest computerized facility around the world for lyophilization of parenterals. Focused efforts on the international markets mainly through WHO, UNICEF, the Pan American Health Organization, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, etc. have enabled the company to export a wide variety of vaccines and anti-sera to over 170 countries around the world, notably to Asia, Africa and South America, and also to the CEE and CIS states. The company has been instrumental in saving millions of lives across the globe by supplying billions of doses of vaccines at short notice to control epidemics and also to cater to mass immunization campaigns. The future holds a lot of promise as we are committed to introduce newer technologies and products to contribute to the making of a healthier world. The company will continue its relentless pursuit of trying to conquer diseases. While the accolades come as milestones on this humanitarian journey, Serum Institute of India is steadfast in making Dr. Cyrus Poonawala's dream come true. Serum Institute of India. Protection from birth onwards.
Everyone has a journey, and it has to begin somewhere. As we unveil your story with precision, we allow you to rest as ancient wisdom guides you. Imagine a place where we live in harmony with nature, without any change. Every raindrop, collects and flows through the veins of the architecture. And as the sun appears, it fuels our entire existence. So our journey continues as we introduce our holistic ecosystem that builds the true meaning of clinical wellness. This way, Tula becomes more than a destination. It becomes a lifestyle.
At Parth Forge Limited, we don't believe in pause buttons. 50 years ago, we hit play, and we haven't stopped since. We move, we go places, and we take our legacy with us. We started small, but our dreams were big. And we chased them tirelessly with all our heart. That's what brought us to the top. To the world's biggest names. And to people's lives. We're committed to partnering greatness, no matter where we go. From India to Germany, to France to Sweden and USA. We always go that extra mile and bring the best to wherever our clients are, and we never settle. Over 50 years, we have pioneered innovations across fields. Our expertise keeps sharpening. We seek to build a better, smarter, and brighter tomorrow. And we will.
I really enjoy it.
One of the strengths of your country is clearly its youth. You have so many young people in a vibrant society with a lot of creativity.
It's trusted and reliable and curated. I'm a big fan.
Social in a good way.
Yeah, we're a couple.
It is very liberating.
You have a famous hair flip that you do.
That's true. I haven't done it.
Hit us with it.
Okay.
Oh, wow, brilliant.
Show us, Mac.
اسمي محمد.
تخيل تنولد وانت عندك ثقب في الرقبة وتتنفس من الأنبوب.
Yes, it can be quite disabling, disfiguring, but psychologically also it really scars a child. He never feels normal. The parents had sort of given up and thought that this is going to be living with this forever. We had to convince the parents to say, look, there's a good chance we can remove this. So allow us to do a bronchoscopy and then we can fix it slowly. Eventually, thankfully, that's what's happened. The procedure is quite complex and delicate. There's a high risk of scarring back. So as a final part of this procedure, we use some tissues from his own cartilage from his ear. We remove the tracheostomy tube and close the hole in his neck. Graft may not survive. There's a high risk of failure.
تعرف شو يعني تسمع صوتك بعمر 7 سنين لأول مرة؟
بطل ولدي بطل. Probably wasn't speaking for 3-4 years of his life. Today he's able to swallow on his own, he's able to speak, his neck is completely healed.
عطوني هالشيء وبعدين عشان أعرف أتنفس.
Can a bank help the world realize its dreams? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward, creating opportunities to prosper. Emirates NBD.
In the heart of India's economic resurgence, a powerful pulse drives innovation and growth. This is ET Now. From breaking news to market insights, we bring you stories that matter, analysis that empowers, and shape the economic landscape of the nation. Join us as we navigate market complexities and spotlight global change makers. ET Now. Rise with India.
We've come a long way to get to where we are today. From what started as a single dream to enabling millions of dreams. From a handful of experts to thousands in our team. From two-wheeler to becoming a financing leader, we cover the length and breadth of our nation. As India moves forward, we move forward. With resilience, resolve and determination. With a focus on digital and innovation. We are relentless in our drive as we strive to meet and exceed the evolving needs of being Bharat ka digital lender. In a market filled with increasing choice, we needed to find our unique brand voice. As part of our journey to tell our growth story, we spoke to people across the country, covering all our stakeholders from customers, channel partners and employees. We sought inspiration in their values and aspirations. We breathed new life in our brand identity, framing human stories through windows of opportunity. reflecting our vision to empower upward mobility, broadening horizons through financial accessibility. Our loans symbolize a dose of confidence, the confidence to make it happen, the confidence to take action, to form collaborations, to go further than we have ever before, to become an inspiration and hero to all. Hero FinCorp, the confidence to make it happen.
Serum Institute was founded by a true visionary, Dr. Cyrus Poonawalla, in 1966. As he says, it is our endeavor to make quality vaccines more affordable around the world, because we firmly believe that health should be the right of every child. Today, the company is the world's largest manufacturer of vaccines by number of doses, and a testimony of the quality is the fact that the company's vaccines have been accredited by the World Health Organization, Geneva. 1967 saw the first manufacturing operations for tetanus vaccines in the company that was formed with the aim of manufacturing life-saving immunobiologicals, of which there was a shortage in the country and which were being imported at high prices. Today, the company's product portfolio encompasses a wide array of recombinant, conjugate and combination vaccines. In response to the ever-increasing global demand for high-quality, affordable vaccines, the company is constantly adding to its setup of dedicated, state-of-the-art manufacturing plants, sophisticated laboratories, and high-tech quality and R&D departments, which undertake cutting-edge research projects that endeavor to make the world a safer and healthier place to live. The colossal production output, which will soon find its way across the planet, is stored under carefully monitored environmental conditions in huge storage bays. The huge blending vessels of 3,000 liters capacity produce vaccines to the tune of 1 million doses a day. Fully automatic, high-speed vial washing, filling, stoppering, and sealing machines ensure both the highest quality standards and quantity of the output. Serum Institute has the largest computerized facility around the world for lyophilization of parenterals. Focused efforts on the international markets, mainly through WHO, UNICEF, the Pan American Health Organization, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, etc., have enabled the company to export a wide variety of vaccines and antisera to over 170 countries around the world, notably to Asia, Africa and South America, and also to the CEE and CIS states. The company has been instrumental in saving millions of lives across the globe by supplying billions of doses of vaccines at short notice to control epidemics and also to cater to mass immunization campaigns. The future holds a lot of promise as we are committed to introduce newer technologies and products to contribute to the making of a healthier world. The company will continue its relentless pursuit of trying to conquer diseases. While the accolades come as milestones on this humanitarian journey, Serum Institute of India is steadfast in making Dr. Cyrus Poonawalla's dream come true. Serum Institute of India. Protection from birth onwards.
Everyone has a journey, and it has to begin somewhere. As we unveil your story with precision, we allow you to rest as ancient wisdom guides you. Imagine a place where we live in harmony with nature, without any change. Every raindrop collects and flows through the veins of the architecture. And as the sun appears, it fuels our entire existence. So our journey continues as we introduce our holistic ecosystem that builds the true meaning of clinical wellness. This way, Tula becomes more than a destination. It becomes a lifestyle.
At Parth Forge Limited, we don't believe in pause buttons. 50 years ago, we hit play, and we haven't stopped since. We move, we go places, and we take our legacy with us. We started small, but our dreams were big. and we chase them tirelessly with all our heart. That's what brought us to the top, to the world's biggest names, and to people's lives. We're committed to partnering greatness, no matter where we go. From India to Germany, to France to Sweden and USA. We always go that extra mile and bring the best to wherever our clients are, and we never settle. Over 50 years, we have pioneered innovations across fields. Our expertise keeps sharpening. We seek to build a better, smarter, and brighter tomorrow. And we will.
I really enjoy it.
One of the strengths of your country is clearly its youth. You have so many young people in a vibrant society with a lot of creativity.
It's trusted and reliable and curated. I'm a big fan.
Social in a good way. Yeah, we're a couple.
It is very liberating.
You have a famous hair flip that you do?
That's true. I haven't done it.
Hit us with it.
Okay.
Oh, wow, brilliant.
Show us, Mac.
اسمي محمد.
تخيل تنولد وانت عندك ثقب في الرقبة وتتنفس من الأنبوب.
Yes, it can be quite disabling, disfiguring, but psychologically also it really scars a child. He never feels normal. The parents had sort of given up and thought that this is going to be living with this forever. We had to convince the parents to say, look, there's a good chance we can remove this. So allow us to do a bronchoscopy and then we can fix it slowly. Eventually, thankfully, that's what's happened. The procedure is quite complex and delicate. There's a high risk of scarring back. So as a final part of this procedure, we use some tissues from his own cartilage from his ear. We remove the tracheostomy tube and close the hole in his neck. Graft may not survive. There's a high risk of failure.
تعرف شو يعني تسمع صوتك بعمر 7 سنين لأول مرة؟
بطل ولدي بطل.
Probably wasn't speaking for 3-4 years of his life. Today he's able to swallow on his own, he's able to speak, his neck is completely healed.
عطولي هالشيء وبعدين عشان أعرف أتنفس.
Can a bank help the world realize its dreams? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward. Creating opportunities to prosper. Emirates NBD.
In the heart of India's economic resurgence, A powerful pulse drives innovation and growth. This is ET Now. From breaking news to market insights, we bring you stories that matter, analysis that empowers, and shape the economic landscape of the nation. Join us as we navigate market complexities and spotlight global change makers. ET Now. Rise with India.
We've come a long way to get to where we are today. From what started as a single dream to enabling millions of dreams. From a handful of experts to thousands in our team. From two-wheeler to becoming a financing leader, we cover the length and breadth of our nation. As India moves forward, we move forward. With resilience, resolve and determination. With a focus on digital and innovation. We are relentless in our drive as we strive to meet and exceed the evolving needs of being Bharat ka digital lender. In a market filled with increasing choice, we needed to find our unique brand voice. As part of our journey to tell our growth story, we spoke to people across the country, covering all our stakeholders from customers, channel partners and employees. We sought inspiration in their values and aspirations. We breathe new life in our brand identity, framing human stories through windows of opportunity, reflecting our vision to empower upward mobility, broadening horizons through financial accessibility. Our loans symbolize a dose of confidence, the confidence to make it happen, the confidence to take action, to form collaborations, to go further than we have ever before, to become an inspiration and hero to all. Hero FinCorp, the confidence to make it happen.
Serum Institute was founded by a true visionary, Dr. Cyrus Poonawalla, in 1966. As he says, it is our endeavor to make quality vaccines more affordable around the world, because we firmly believe that health should be the right of every child. Today, the company is the world's largest manufacturer of vaccines by number of doses, and a testimony of the quality is the fact that the company's vaccines have been accredited by the World Health Organization, Geneva. 1967 saw the first manufacturing operations for tetanus vaccines in the company that was formed with the aim of manufacturing life-saving immunobiologicals, of which there was a shortage in the country and which were being imported at high prices. Today, the company's product portfolio encompasses a wide array of recombinant, conjugate and combination vaccines. In response to the ever-increasing global demand for high-quality, affordable vaccines, the company is constantly adding to its setup of dedicated, state-of-the-art manufacturing plants, sophisticated laboratories, and high-tech quality and R&D departments, which undertake cutting-edge research projects that endeavor to make the world a safer and healthier place to live. The colossal production output, which will soon find its way across the planet, is stored under carefully monitored environmental conditions in huge storage bays. The huge blending vessels of 3,000 liters capacity produce vaccines to the tune of 1 million doses a day. Fully automatic, high-speed vial washing, filling, stoppering, and sealing machines ensure both the highest quality standards and quantity of the output. Serum Institute has the largest computerized facility around the world for lyophilization of parenterals. Focused efforts on the international markets mainly through WHO, UNICEF, the Pan American Health Organization, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, etc. have enabled the company to export a wide variety of vaccines and anti-sera to over 170 countries around the world, notably to Asia, Africa and South America, and also to the CEE and CIS states. The company has been instrumental in saving millions of lives across the globe by supplying billions of doses of vaccines at short notice to control epidemics and also to cater to mass immunization campaigns. The future holds a lot of promise as we are committed to introduce newer technologies and products to contribute to the making of a healthier world. The company will continue its relentless pursuit of trying to conquer diseases. While the accolades come as milestones on this humanitarian journey, Serum Institute of India is steadfast in making Dr. Cyrus Poonawala's dream come true. Serum Institute of India. Protection from birth onwards.
Everyone has a journey, and it has to begin somewhere. As we unveil your story with precision, we allow you to rest as ancient wisdom guides you. Imagine a place where we live in harmony with nature, without any change. Every raindrop collects and flows through the veins of the architecture. And as the sun appears, it fuels our entire existence. So our journey continues as we introduce our holistic ecosystem that builds the true meaning of clinical wellness. This way, Tula becomes more than a destination. It becomes a lifestyle.
At Parth Forge Limited, we don't believe in pause buttons. 50 years ago, we hit play, and we haven't stopped since. We move, we go places, and we take our legacy with us. We started small, but our dreams were big. And we chased them tirelessly with all our heart. That's what brought us to the top. To the world's biggest names. And to people's lives. We're committed to partnering greatness, no matter where we go. From India to Germany, to France to Sweden and USA. We always go that extra mile and bring the best to wherever our clients are, and we never settle. Over 50 years, we have pioneered innovations across fields. Our expertise keeps sharpening. We seek to build a better, smarter, and brighter tomorrow. And we will.
I really enjoy it.
One of the strengths of your country is clearly its youth. You have so many young people and a vibrant society with a lot of creativity.
It's trusted and reliable and curated. I'm a big fan.
Social in a good way. Yeah, we're a couple.
It is very liberating.
You have a famous hair flip that you do.
That's true. I haven't done it.
Hit us with it.
Okay.
Oh, wow, brilliant.
شو اسمك؟
اسمي محمد.
تخيل تنولد وانت عندك ثقب في الرقبة وتتنفس من الأنبوب.
Yes, it can be quite disabling, disfiguring, but psychologically also it really scars a child. He never feels normal. The parents had sort of given up and thought that this is going to be living with this forever. We had to convince the parents to say, look, there's a good chance we can remove this. So allow us to do a bronchoscopy and then we can fix it slowly. Eventually, thankfully, that's what's happened. The procedure is quite complex and delicate. There's a high risk of scarring back. So as a final part of this procedure, we use some tissues from his own cartilage from his ear. We remove the tracheostomy tube and close the hole in his neck. Graft may not survive. There's a high risk of failure.
تعرف شو يعني تسمع صوتك بعمر 7 سنين لأول مرة؟
بطل ولدي بطل.
Probably wasn't speaking for 3-4 years of his life. Today, he's able to swallow on his own, he's able to speak, his neck is completely healed.
عطولي هالشي وبعدين عشان أعرف أتنفس.
Can a bank help the world realize its dreams? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward, creating opportunities to prosper. Emirates NBD.
In the heart of India's economic resurgence, a powerful pulse drives innovation and growth. This is ET Now. From breaking news to market insights, we bring you stories that matter, analysis that empowers, and shape the economic landscape of the nation. Join us as we navigate market complexities and spotlight global change makers. ET Now. Rise with India.
We've come a long way to get to where we are today. From what started as a single dream to enabling millions of dreams. From a handful of experts to thousands in our team. From two-wheeler to becoming a financing leader, we cover the length and breadth of our nation. As India moves forward, we move forward. With resilience, resolve and determination. With a focus on digital and innovation. We are relentless in our drive as we strive to meet and exceed the evolving needs of being Bharat ka digital lender. In a market filled with increasing choice, we needed to find our unique brand voice. As part of our journey to tell our growth story, we spoke to people across the country, covering all our stakeholders from customers, channel partners and employees. We sought inspiration in their values and aspirations. We breathe new life in our brand identity, framing human stories through windows of opportunity. reflecting our vision to empower upward mobility, broadening horizons through financial accessibility. Our loans symbolize a dose of confidence, the confidence to make it happen, the confidence to take action, to form collaborations, to go further than we have ever before, to become an inspiration and hero to all. Hero FinCorp, the confidence to make it happen.
Serum Institute was founded by a true visionary, Dr. Cyrus Poonawalla, in 1966. As he says, it is our endeavor to make quality vaccines more affordable around the world, because we firmly believe that health should be the right of every child. Today, the company is the world's largest manufacturer of vaccines by number of doses, and a testimony of the quality is the fact that the company's vaccines have been accredited by the World Health Organization, Geneva. 1967 saw the first manufacturing operations for tetanus vaccines in the company that was formed with the aim of manufacturing life-saving immunobiologicals, of which there was a shortage in the country and which were being imported at high prices. Today, the company's product portfolio encompasses a wide array of recombinant, conjugate and combination vaccines. In response to the ever-increasing global demand for high-quality, affordable vaccines, the company is constantly adding to its setup of dedicated, state-of-the-art manufacturing plants, sophisticated laboratories, and high-tech quality and R&D departments, which undertake cutting-edge research projects that endeavor to make the world a safer and healthier place to live. The colossal production output, which will soon find its way across the planet, is stored under carefully monitored environmental conditions in huge storage bays. The huge blending vessels of 3,000 liters capacity produce vaccines to the tune of 1 million doses a day. Fully automatic, high-speed vial washing, filling, stoppering, and sealing machines ensure both the highest quality standards and quantity of the output. Serum Institute has the largest computerized facility around the world for lyophilization of parenterals. Focused efforts on the international markets, mainly through WHO, UNICEF, the Pan American Health Organization, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, etc., have enabled the company to export a wide variety of vaccines and anti-sera to over 170 countries around the world, notably to Asia, Africa and South America, and also to the CEE and CIS states. The company has been instrumental in saving millions of lives across the globe by supplying billions of doses of vaccines at short notice to control epidemics and also to cater to mass immunization campaigns. The future holds a lot of promise as we are committed to introduce newer technologies and products to contribute to the making of a healthier world. The company will continue its relentless pursuit of trying to conquer diseases. While the accolades come as milestones on this humanitarian journey, Serum Institute of India is steadfast in making Dr. Cyrus Poonawalla's dream come true. Serum Institute of India. Protection from birth onwards.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope all of you had a great lunch, and now it's time for dessert, right? So we have with us the very sweet and extremely talented Aditi Rao Hydari, one of India's finest actors, and here she is right in front of you, Aditi.
Thank you for having me here.
Thank you for being here. And the UK welcomes you again.
I'm always happy to be here.
And despite your woes with the airline, I hope everything is sorted now. She had a travel mishap with our national.
Yes, but I managed, see? Sandhya managed, actually.
Great. So we have, the clock is ticking as we speak. So we have a limited amount of time. Let's start. Before we come to you, Aditi, I have a question for the audience. Now, India and the UK, or the UK and India, if you will, signed a audiovisual co-production treaty in 2008. We are now in 2024. So my question to the audience is, in these years, how many co-productions have India and the UK done together? How many official co-productions have India and the UK done together? And you can give me an answer in round numbers. Anyone? 0 is the correct round number. It is the, yes. And so there have been many productions where Indian films have shot in the UK, British films have shot in India. They've made use of the rebates available in both countries. For example, 2 films this year at Cannes, Santosh and Sister Midnight, they both made avail of a 30% and 40% rebate respectively from the Indian government, thanks to the rebates that have been introduced. But the very first India-UK official co-production is a film called Lioness by Kajri Babbar, and it stars Aditi Rao Hydari. And so, Aditi, we won't get into the production side of things. Can you tell us what the film is about and what your role in it is?
I'm going to tell you very little, but I would start by saying I'm so excited and very honored that I'm a part of this. And yes, it's taken way too long, but I'm so happy that it's actually now happening. So Lioness is actually a story about 2 women, a century apart. So there's me and there's Paige Sandhu. So it's headlined by 2 women. That's another thing that I feel very happy about. And it's a story about these 2 women and their lives and how their lives impact each other. It's also about the suffragette movement. And because we're telling a particular story and a particular, and it's sort of delving into a particular life, which I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about. Sophia Duleep Singh, I'll say it.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm the only press here.
Okay, that's fine. So because of that, she's kind of woven another story into it, which is more contemporary. Well, still period, but more contemporary, about a young girl who lives in, what is it called? What is the Indian part of
Southall.
Southall, thank you. Sorry. Who lives in Southall, and how her life is impacted by the story of Safiya Duleep Singh. So she's almost the narrator of this story, and somebody who sort of actually lives out that story in her own life in many, many ways. So I thought it was very interesting, and I think it's also very exciting working with a director who almost feels too much for what the story that she is telling. Like sometimes you want to, hold her hand and say, it's okay. But it's also very inspiring to see that kind of, passion in telling a story. And I think that's what truly makes a film, that's what makes a film connect with people, actually. I believe that. At least that's the starting point of it, is your intention. So I'm super excited.
Now, coming to your journey, and obviously, I think that's going to start shooting this summer, right?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
so I think in an ideal world, it'll be in Cannes next year, and you'll all get to see the film at the BFI London Film Festival in October, and it'll have a Christmas release.
He's already charted it out.
So, I mean, that's the normal trajectory for good films, right? So, coming to your journey, we'll come to Hira Mandi in a bit. I know everybody wants to talk about Hira Mandi, but your journey has been very interesting. You've grew up partly in Hyderabad and in Delhi and in boarding schools.
Yes.
And you've worked in all the, earlier we used to call it regional cinema, which is quite a pejorative term, because every cinema is of its own ilk. So you've worked in India's various film industries. So tell us, what's the difference between the film industries in, say, Tamil or Telugu? You've worked with Mani Ratnam, for example, and what the media likes to call the Hindi language film industry, which is Bollywood.
Yes.
What's the difference? And part two of the question is, has Indian cinema now finally gone national with films from, this year is the year of Malayalam cinema, yes, which are massive hits, 4 or 5 of them now, across India. So, yeah.
I love this question. Also because when I was growing up, I didn't see too many movies. It wasn't allowed. And I grew up with a lot of the classical arts. So I learned dance from Leela Samson. My mother sings. I grew up around artists. So that was, there was also read books. Don't sit in front of a television, or don't watch films. But I did see a film called Bombay by Mani Ratnam, and I was so mesmerized. I was like, that's what I want to do. But I never said it. And I do hold my little magical secrets very close to my heart. So the day that I worked with Mani sir, I did a love story with Mani Ratnam. I spoke about this, and I feel like when I was growing up, I come from a family that told a lot of stories. Like I said, there were so many books around us. And I'm saying this because I think it's really impacted the way that I think and the choices that I've made. Because I've never looked at cinema as belonging to a particular region. I think cinema is a connection of hearts, actually. It's how I make you feel. And I can make you feel in any language. I can make you feel without language. I can make you feel by just being here, by how you respond to me, or respond to how it is that I look at you, etc. And so I've always believed that. And in films is about telling stories, and stories don't have language. They're literally about how they make you feel, and what kind of creative journey that it sparks in your head. Because when I tell you a story, you will imagine all kinds of things, as will I, and as will you, and everybody will have a different kind of imagination, and films do that. It's somebody's imagination that we then share with the world. So I've always believed that about films, and I never ever thought that I'm doing a Tamil film or a Telugu film or a Malayalam film or a Hindi film, and I never held one above the other. For me, it's always been a director, because I feel it's like when my grandmother tells me a story, she's the person who's taking me into that world, and that's what a director does. They take me into a world, even as an actor. And as an actor, it is my job to have the suspension of disbelief.
Yeah.
It is my job to make that happen for you, and for you to then immerse yourself in the world that we are all creating together. And so I'm so happy that today slowly, a step at a time, because the so-called regional films are actually being celebrated because they are great films, and because there are so many great directors and so many great voices of storytelling in our country, and we are also such a diverse and syncretic country. Yeah, mostly syncretic. And I think all those voices are now being heard, and I think that's wonderful to celebrate that together, you know. And so I'm an Indian film actor, and that is, and today, even if somebody makes a film in Spanish, if I love the director and if I love his intention or her intention, and I think that's where it starts. It's your intention. What is the intention for me to be telling this story? What do I want to do when I tell this story? And what is it? It's a connection. I want to sit in your heart and I want to go home with you. And I can do that in any language. And that's what I want to do. And I think that's what's happening, a step at a time, but it is happening.
And a perfect example of that is Hira Mandi, because Hira Mandi is obviously an Indian production produced by Netflix. It's in Hindi, Urdu, Hindi and Punjabi. Yet amongst the Netflix global top 10, it's been consistently in the top 10. We are now at the end of June, from the time it debuted on the 1st of May.
Yes.
So, you know, and it says, you talked about cinema transcending national borders, and here Hira Mandi is transcending international borders.
Yes.
So, very quickly, and you also spoke about directors, and here you worked with Sanjay Leela Bhansali, who's obviously considered an author.
Yes.
So, what was the experience of working? More importantly, what's the prep of working with SLB? Because he is known to be a very hard taskmaster.
You know, can I start by saying that he's actually hardest on himself. He's very hard on himself. He will not rest. He will pace up and down like a caged tiger till he gets his shot. And he wants to create magic in every single moment that he captures on camera. And I think for that he pushes himself first. And honestly, as a, you know, again, maybe it's my upbringing, maybe it's the fact that I have had a guru since I was 5 years old, a dance teacher who's almost like a parent. And I've stood in front of her for choreographies as a young girl, and sometimes just been shredded, you know. And it's fine, because I believe that when it comes to art, there must actually, and I'm saying this not because I'm sitting in front of you all, but I truly believe it. Art is much above any of us, and it is almost sacred. And you almost try to attain, you know, you sort of, you're trying to attain perfection, and you try to go towards that sacred art. And I think that is the journey that is very beautiful. And in that, I believe that you must shed your ego. And when you shed your ego, that is when you truly, truly surrender to the process of it. And I think the process of creating that art is really incredible. And with Sanjay sir, I know a lot has been said about him, and there are so many rumors, but I really do enjoy his process a lot, because he pretty much functions like, I would always say, I'm not some star, I'm not some whatever people say about me. They have that impression of me, but that is not me. I'm just a girl standing in front of my director, asking him to direct me and, you know, take me on this journey. And it was really that. And once I did that, I found it so exciting and so challenging. And that's the fuel, the challenge of it, you know. And some days I wanted to like whack myself, because, and I used to feel that even as a little girl standing in front of my teacher, so it wasn't anger towards her or him, it's more anger at yourself that, you know, they are taking me into this amazing space. And sometimes it is you yourself that, you know, who is unable to break certain barriers and get there. But when you break them and when you get there, it's so exciting, you know. And I think working with him is that, and also, as you said, he's an author, and he is a true artist. So whether it's dance, whether it's music, whether it's art direction, whether it's emotion, whether it's, and his heroines especially, I find them very, very layered. You know, people do talk about how beautiful they look or how well they dance and all of the above, but I think the fact that his heroines hold, or that his stories hold, or that people keep going back to them, even with Mani sir, is because there is an emotional connect there. And I think he always tries to find that, and more, I believe he is trying to find that. And while he's doing it in that kind of what is called perfection, I feel he's also trying to break rhythm, but at the same time create it, find the magic, keep it real, and connect. So I found that it's very challenging to work like that because you're doing everything, you know.
So can you give us a specific example? An anecdote, if you will. Yeah.
Okay. So honestly, the scenes for me, like, maybe because I'm not trained as an actor, so the scenes for me were very, like, I was able to, like, you know, people talk about 50 takes or whatever, and I would actually, like, we would do 2 or 3 takes or whatever, and he would be like, no, I'm not going beyond 3 takes for her. But it was the dance that actually I found the most challenging, also because I'm trained in Bharatanatyam. And that body language has been drilled into my system since I was a 5-year-old. And now I have to do Kathak, and I have to do authentic Kathak, but also Kathak of that time, which is actually about this. It's about bhav, because we are Thumri singers, and Thumri, every word of Thumri and every nuance of Thumri is actually a dance, and it's very expressive. And so the way that you sing, you don't lip sync like you sing like you lip sync in Bollywood films. It's a very delicate kind of lip sync. So where we're doing the mujra, the dance portion, we started the Hira Mandi shoot with the dance, with my dance, the one that's gone viral, that one. And I had actually put on a little bit of weight because he wanted me to, but I didn't want to, but also I had COVID and I just happened to have put on weight. So how people are giving me so much credit for looking a particular way, I'm like, I take no credit for it. It was also Sanjay sir who was like, oh my God, this girl has finally put on weight, because he keeps saying I'm too skinny. And he's like, you are not a L'Oreal model, you are a Tawayef. So I want you to have a little weight on you. And so anyway, so I had this weight on me. We started the mudra, and I think for me that was the most challenging, to get every single beat in place, to get the nuances, to get the hand movement right. And also, I thought it was very interesting because dance is looked at as very performative, but here it is not performative, it's more interactive, and it's very, very intimate. Because there is a girl there, and he wanted me without any jewelry, with very little makeup, with like almost bare. And there is the Nawab who actually loves this girl very much. And that is a very different kind of narrative that we see, you know, in Hira Mandi, which is not the typical Tawayef narrative. And there is actually a kind of a dialogue between the two. And at the same time, though it's very erotic and it's love poetry, Thumri is love poetry, the fact that this girl has, you know, another narrative going on in her life and in her world, something that she longs for, which is freedom. That narrative has to be there kind of throughout, but specifically at the end. In that shot, if you see where, you know, I don't know who has seen it and who has not, but that last shot, he wanted that narrative, he wanted that look in the eyes, that is this love, is this longing for, what freedom is she longing for, you know, and what exactly. So these little nuances I found actually exciting, but also difficult, because to do it in the way that he wants, with every bit in place, but also to keep it really real and palpable, where the girl also has to make you feel that. So, yeah. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does. And on that note, can I ask, we are going to expand this conversation a bit. So can I ask 2 producers, eminent producers, Vani Tripathi Tikku and Jani Guest, to join us on stage, please. So Aditya, I'll come back to you in a bit. So Vani, you know, the success of Hira Mandi just proves that audience tastes are changing, especially, you know, with the advent of, with the massive growth of streaming or OTT, if you want to call it, during the pandemic. So can you just walk us through how the audience tastes are changing?
The audience taste is changing in any way, because very few Sheilas are becoming Jawan and very few Munnis are becoming Badnaam. Prasoonji is sitting here, and I also sit on the Central Board of Swim Certification. And I think let's start from the fact that we are finally shedding the whole adage of objectification of women, the hourglass figure of the heroine drenched in rain, and the babe in the woods, being rescued by the hero, and 35 gun-toting goons are just, nudged away by him, is all shedding off. No, to make it more real, the pandemic was very perilous for us societally, socially, emotionally. But the pandemic did bring in those narratives which were real closer to us. We were all sitting in a box. We were sitting at home in a room, lot of youngsters with disdain, with so many adults hovering around them. But yet, this whole explosion of content which happened at that time. Nawaz was here before, all of us this morning. Sacred Games, which was the first content from India to go global. 190 countries watched it at the same time. And of course, we are here sitting with Aditi and Hira Mandi being the most talked about content right now. I think the whole concept of the unreal suddenly became real. Also remember that we've mostly, and it's not just the Indian film industry, I have a lot of problem with the word Bollywood. It's a cheap, poor cousin of Hollywood, and we are an Indian film industry with so many languages and so much nuance and so much, content which gets created. Aditi was just talking about how emotion doesn't require a language. Storytelling is not about which languages it's spoken about. So having said that, we started looking at life around us in this perilous time, and it democratized content. It democratized the way we were consuming stories. Similarly, when we were consuming them, we were also reflecting them. And that amazing sort of jugalbandi of content being viewed and then being reflected back became the new normal. So now our stories are not that beautiful. They are uglier in context. And sorry for this disdainful word. By ugly, I do not mean at all the judgment of what's beautiful and what's not. But the fact that they became real. We started looking at life with conflicts and complexes and instinctive realities which are probably erroneous, but we are not scared to talk about them anymore.
And that brings us neatly to Jani. Now, we spoke about, we have spoken about the trends of changing tastes, and we have spoken about something like Hira Mandi going global. Now, Jani has worked in the past or continues to work with people like Cary Fukunaga and Guy Ritchie and, very household filmmakers or household names. But she's part of a group that is also going to embark on a venture that takes Indian content global or Indian talent global and bringing global talent to India. So, Jani, can you demystify what I just said?
Yeah, I think you just said everything. You just did my job for me. I can go now. Well, first of all, it's really wonderful to be here. Vani, thank you for bringing me on with you. My heritage is working primarily with feature film directors and commercial directors, mostly in the advertising space. But the company that I run now is also in the scripted space and the factual space. And I spent a lot of time in India as a child. And I'm a devout Hindu, so I feel, even though I am biologically half Korean, I actually feel like I'm totally Indian in my heart. So I have a partnership with Sajjan Rajkurup, who owns and runs Creative Land Studios in Asia and the Creative Land Advertising Agency. And when we first met, we completely connected because we realized that actually what the world deserves are human stories that come out of the Indian cultural heritage to go to the West, and also for Western creative talent, whether that be behind screen or in front of screen, to bring that into the Indian market. I think we all owe it to our own selves to expand beyond just the silos and the boxes that we have oftentimes historically lived within. So one of my oldest, dearest friends is a man named David Unger, who's a brilliant Hollywood manager. And because of my relationship with Raj, David has now opened up AIG. They've done a joint venture in India with the full focus of bringing Western talent into the Indian market and, very importantly, bringing Indian talent to the West. And I would say, I'm sure there's many creative people in this room, and producers or writers, and incredible writers actually in this room. And actually, Amish, your books have done so much for exporting out our heritage to the West. I would say, look at every single thing that comes to you as an opportunity. And that's what I have spent my career doing, is seeking opportunities to tell stories beyond just how we would normally see them, is to think not traditionally and to give talent the opportunity to expand even their own horizons.
And for those who are not aware, AIG is one of Hollywood's largest talent management agencies. And we have someone in the room here who's actually worked with CAA and has an outfit called Dream Bay, who was in one of the morning sessions, who is also doing quite similar things to what Jani is doing. Yeah. So I bring it back to Aditi. So Aditi, now Hira Mandi has made you like more of a global figure than you already are, right? And so when if someone like AIG or Dream Bay or someone comes to you and says, here you are, let's make you a star in the West and let's get you better work in India, what are you going to tell them?
I would jump. Not because I think that's better, or because, as you rightly said, it's an opportunity to live another life, to have another experience, to work with different kinds of people who tell different stories, because every creative mind is a different mind. And to to be the muse of a creative mind, and somebody especially who sort of challenges you or takes you on a particular, that's the fuel, right? At least for me, that's what it is. And that kind of artistic journey is very exciting. And when you get that much diversity, I would jump at it, 100%. I wouldn't think twice about it. I think I said that before you said, and like, because if somebody from Spain calls me, a German director, and I have learned, I don't know too many South Indian languages, even though I'm South Indian. I'm very sorry about this. But I will learn, like when Mani sir gave me his script, and it was just 2 people, I learned my dialogues literally, like he used to joke and he say, you wake her up in the middle of the night and say, scene number 42. And she'll go, blah, 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 and she'll say the whole scene. So, and that's what I want to do, because I learn it, and I would go to set so that I can be directed by the person, so that I can go into that world and I can feel whatever it is emotionally that I'm being made to sort of, what I'm being given to do. 100%. I mean, I wouldn't even think twice about it.
And staying with the theme of, changing tastes again. So it's a question for all 3 of you, starting with you, Vani. Now, from a theatrical business point of view, especially in India, tastes have changed so much so that, post-pandemic last year, there was an explosion of the top 10 movies accounted for 70-80% of the box office. This year, because everyone wanted to go back into the cinemas, this year, the big hits are the medium to low budget films that are high on concept and story, and people don't seem to care about the star power anymore. So why is this happening, and will it continue? And same thing with you, Jani, can you give us the Hollywood perspective, and also Aditi, where you come at it from an actor's point of view? Starting with you.
We've suffered with a bit of a complex that we find validation for our own work and our own content outside in the Western world. When we get an Oscar, we suddenly start talking about shorts and documentaries. When we get validation, at an Emmy or a BAFTA, I'm not rubbishing the fact that these awards and these accolades mean something. But the most important thing to understand, and I'm going back to the session that we had in the morning where Prasunji, Amish and Sanjeev were there, I think this is the time we should be retelling our epics. Whatever is called taste, it's not haldi and churan, na? The taste is also the way we are actually the original immersive storytelling experience of the world. Sorry, I'm going to say it loudly.
We also have the original superheroes. We've grown up listening to superhero
When
stories.
you look at the Ramayana and when you look at the Mahabharata, you see pure immersion, period. It's a tale within a tale within a tale, and we're suddenly talking about AI. Yes, we are algorithm driven, but is algorithm only a sort of data that you see on a screen? It's emotive realities. And retelling the epics is what we should be doing. Why are we not worried about how my daughter, who's 6-year-old, when she turns 16 or this journey of the next decade, will she know anything about who our great epics were? What the storytelling was like? Are we not worried about the fact, somebody said it yesterday, you know, Aditi, it's very interesting. Somebody said, while we were at the Taj, at the forum at the Taj, Manoj is sitting right there, somebody said, you know, my 14-year-old turned around and said, Papa, who was Arjun? I actually collapsed when I heard that. So I think we have to look at the strong realities of who we are. We are finally looking within. RRR got an Oscar, brilliant, but also look at the narrative of the film. It connected to exactly the epic storytelling that we all belong to, which is the big tale of the Mahabharata and the Ramayana. So I think it's also upon us in Jani, it's a challenge which can be an opportunity for producers like us. If we start looking at what the spiritual realities of our homeland is, how every nook and corner of our country is a story, and this land of Kathavachiks that we are, I think we just have to reclaim that. That's
it. So essentially what you are saying is we already have our Avengers universe. Now we just need to look within. Yeah.
We have all the superheroes.
Yeah, and there's your writer.
Yeah. So very quickly, Johnny, in the West, it's a reverse, right?
I mean, I think the challenge right now is that so many studios are risk averse, right? And so if it isn't already an existing IP that brings global audiences to a cinema,
Bad Boys 4.
Yeah. Then it's very difficult to get your project greenlit. So it is an incredibly challenging and difficult time for film producers. And I think we have to pose a challenge to ourselves, which is make films that are going to create a positive social impact in terms of its messaging, which of course the Mahabharata, the Ramayana, the Bhagavad Gita all do. If we can bring all the cultural heritage of India and the storytelling that's there and bring that to the West, then you would have made a difference, because you're bringing to life our heritage, but also you're telling stories that will create a moral and a social shift in society, which really the world needs right now. It's a mess. And I think a lot of the mess is because we're all watching cinemas that are not healthy for the human mind.
Yeah.
And we have to create content that is going to shift how we all feel and how we all relate to each other. I think that's critical.
And Aditi, are you signing such content?
You know, I haven't as yet, but I, in fact, when I came to Bombay, this was 2010-11, and when I used to look at all the work that was happening, and I'll go back to my own background of, you know, the classical art forms, etc., and growing up with these stories. My grandmother, she wrote for children, and she wrote a lot of these stories. And you know, she used to write it in a way that they were almost like your friends. So they weren't deified, and they weren't sort of distant, godlike creatures. They were somebody you could connect to. And that's why I connected to them as a child. And I always wondered why we don't tell indigenous stories. Stories that are ours. And also I so agree with you, whether it's our craft, whether it's our handlooms, whether it's our heritage, whether it's our history, whether it's our art forms. We always, yoga, anything, our haldi, we always wait for the outside world or the powers that be to say this is wonderful, for us to realize, oh my God, it is wonderful. Why don't we have pride in who we are? Why don't we have pride in what we are, in the power that we are? And in the diversity that we are, and this is for generations. We've had it within us, and we should celebrate it every single day with our stories, with our incredible talent. But I feel as an actor, I will say this too, that I feel that my generation and the others, I feel somewhere we also need to connect to us, who we are as Indians. And a lot of us don't. A lot of us don't even know Kumar Gandharv. I mean, we don't know classical musicians, we don't know dancers, we don't know artists, we don't know what, what mango haldi is. You know, till somebody like will say this is the new fad, and then we'll be like, oh, this is great. So I feel like the onus is also upon us to be proud of who we are, intrinsically who we are, and celebrate it, you know. And I think that's when actually it'll all kind of fall into place.
Sadly, that's all we have time for today. But on that note, we must rally behind Amish on his clarion call for... So I was just going to say that the day is not far when we may get a triangular flag, as you were saying earlier.
Yes.
All right, on that note, can we get the obligatory picture and then hear a word from our sponsors, please?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Doesn't he?
Sorry,
Doesn't he?
I've got that so often in so many strange places. That was actually through a Chinese actress who didn't speak English.
Wow.
Thanks, folks. Can we just take a seat for the next session, please? If you're going to stay in the room, please just take a seat, and I can welcome up our next panel. Thank you. Thanks, folks. Thank you. Now, for our next panel, we're going to turn our attention to film, TV, and animation. But particularly, we talked a little about TV and film there, but we're going to look at how technology is reshaping what we watch, how it is made, and how it is distributed. So the big question, though, will tech help, or will it actually hurt those on the ground, especially those who've made a career in film, TV. So to discuss it, please welcome Oscar Sharp, who is a filmmaker and producer, Abhayanand Singh, co-founder and group chief executive of Vistas Media Group, and Devi Colley, the chief executive of AI Solve. Thank you. Welcome. Nice to see you all. Can I just ask if we might close the door as well? Thank you. Wonderful.
Always great to go on just after a movie star.
Yes.
Everyone's sticking around.
No pressure. No. Great act to follow. talk to me first of all. I mean, there's a lot for us to talk about, and we have 20 minutes, so let's crack on. And maybe, Oscar, I want to start with you because we talked there, I said in the introduction about tech. One of the biggest issues in the SAG-AFTRA strike was around things like AI. Give me your assessment of what the concerns were, first of all, briefly, but then also how founded in reality were those concerns?
Ooh, wow, that is quite the question. So just for a bit of context, I made the first film written by artificial intelligence in 2016, rather before there were the transformer models, the sort of GPTs were really had come into existence. A year later in 2017, we made a follow-up with David Hasselhoff in it about a writer strike in the face of artificial intelligence, 6 years before it happened. So I've been sort of expecting and anticipating this for quite some time, and also I'm in that guild, so as well as with the SAG-AFTRA folks, I would go down and walk round and round Netflix, holding signs, having conversations with them about exactly what they were afraid of. So I think my first part of my answer to how well-founded they are and whether they're being really well understood would be well, that I had a little scheme that I didn't manage quite to pull off. I don't know if you've seen, but around the streets of LA, there are little robots that drive around carrying people their food.
Yep.
And I saw one of these, and I did a little post on Facebook, and I said, hey, do I know anyone who's a part of this company? And a friend of mine went, I'm an investor. And we started a conversation about having a fleet of them come down to outside Netflix with signs on their back protesting AI in order to get them to go around in a circle and protest robots, because as far as I'm concerned, the whole point of robots is that they do things that you don't want to. And I didn't particularly want to walk round and round in a circle in the blazing sun holding a sign saying, please pay me properly. Now, of course, there's an irony here, which is that those exact robots are also taking jobs away. The question ultimately does come down to if having a machine that can do something you can do, like, I don't know, interviewing people, for example, if that existing means that now you can't eat, if that existing means that now not only can't you eat, but we're in a feedback loop of producing worse and worse stuff that's going into the world and affecting the way that people see themselves, and that, for example, the fourth film we made, we trained it on action movies, and one of our previous panelists was talking about, the messaging that is contained in sort of colonial storytelling. And when we turned on that machine, having just filled it with action movies and superhero screenplays, it was GPT-2, the early version of GPT-3. It just spat out 400 pages of white-hot misogyny. It was Batman in a cage of prostitutes. It was Superman beating up Lois Lane, making out with her, and then beating her up again. It was horrifying. And I actually persuaded the TV Lois Lane, what was her name, Terry Hatcher, to play the role, and then all the lawyers went, no! So we didn't do it. But it speaks to what's in there and what's in a feedback loop. So,
well, the feedback loop's really interesting, isn't it? Because AI in its current form will only give you more of what you've already put in.
Sort of the old garbage in, garbage out principle. That is a little bit, if I may, an oversimplification. It's often reproduced. But the thing is, even back when we're doing it, you just turn up what's called the temperature if you have a little bit more control. And it starts doing things it doesn't think that a human would do. And that's controllable for. So the idea that you're only going to get copies is really more of a commercial reality than it is a computational reality. That's worth understanding.
And David, do you see this as a tool that should be used and embraced by the industry, whilst and using it as exactly that, an add-on to what humans can do? Or is it about, frankly, humans just should retrain? If there's something that a computer can do well, this is about you finding another way to express yourself.
Well, as you know, I spent 18 years in the AI and immersive technology space, so I have a slightly different perspective to this. And
that's why you're here.
The thing is, we humans, we've seen it time and again. We meant to evolve, and that's the fundamental of it. Change is daunting. Change is daunting to each and every one of us. But whether we like it or not, it's happening. And this whole AI is exactly that. Why is AI is there to enhance and augment our creative power, do exactly remove those mundane tasks and allow us to spend more of that freedom, the newfound freedom that we wouldn't have been able to find, to bring more of that creativity out of us.
So what does it, if we talk about filmmaking or TV production, what are those kind of, those jobs that can be replaced, and where does the human element get better applied?
I think the many folds of jobs that could kind of be replaced straight away. All of us are taking. There's probably not many of us are here who haven't used ChatGPT to sort of enhance our scripts in some way or the other. That's a straightforward aspect.
Yeah.
But the point is the originality. What makes a human far more superior to any of these machines that we will coexisting now with is the fact that we have empathy.
Right.
The fact that we have empathy, we are the only superior beings that can actually experience feelings that will continue to keep us on top of any of these bots that are coming in. So it's really about making sure we are embracing the change and we understand the value principle. People out there and one thing I definitely want to say is the creative industry, they must be open to adapting to this change. If they don't, they're going to get obsolete, and that's already happening now.
And I want to talk about XR technologies in just a minute as well. But I mean, I'm interested as well, Habayanand, about how business is going to use this. Is it just about the creative end, or from a business point of view, is technology like AI shaping how you can make, create, distribute, sell, and the business functions of media? Are they being changed by AI?
No, absolutely. Every time we've had a revolutionary technology, there's always been this debate in the initial years, which is the phase that we are in right now. But as days progress and months progress, I believe the moment AI gets too smart, we'll have regulators, right?
Yeah.
And at that stage,
but is it already too late by then?
I don't think so. I think we humans, are a little smarter than them. We created them at the end of it. But coming back to your question, we think that there's many things that AI can do. We right now only focus on the loss of jobs, which obviously is the most important thing to us. But look at how it can contribute to pre-production, for example. It saves a lot of time. Yeah. Your storyboarding, it saves a lot of time. So as a production house, your costs go down. Post-production, the way you monetize your content, the way you market your content. So there's far greater implication of the use of AI in business that can actually benefit the industry at large.
And so if that's bringing down cost, I assume in that as well, sort of it's the human element. So you save on the human element. Is that basically just a cost saving that you will bank, or that the production gets cheaper, or you're able to refocus that money elsewhere?
I think you can also, with the same amount of money, have a larger canvas to paint your story or your filmmaking on. For example, virtual production that's happening right now, at a cost which may be lesser than actually shooting on a location, may help a filmmaker, empower a filmmaker to create something spectacular. So it's not only the cost part of it, it's also about how imaginative you can become with your storytelling.
Yeah. And Oscar, is this train is in motion?
Oh, yes.
It's happening, yeah?
Yes, and has been for some time, yeah.
So therefore, is this just about the refuseniks who are trying to slow down that train? Or is it about time they got on board and said, okay, if we're going to work with this, we need to shape how it is used? And I suppose that's partly the issue in the strikes, wasn't it, of saying we need tougher regulation around it?
I would say that we are trapped in a series of false dichotomies, and it is understandable to analyze things in terms of these false dichotomies, but they are false. I think it's worth understanding that, well, you're absolutely right, for example, that empathy is sort of almost why we're here. Like when you go and see a bit of art, a lot of the time it's because you want to have a connection with the human beings that made the art. Yeah. And when you're talking about freeing up bandwidth, in a way, ultimately, is it giving me more of that? Is it connecting me more to the other person? But at the same time, here's a false dichotomy for you. Some of the time, that's not why you go to turn on the TV or go to the cinema. Actually, you just want a predictable emotional experience when you go there. And that has nothing to do with connecting to another human being. Yeah. This is essentially the distinction between McDonald's and Mama's Home Cooking, which is that the organic movement in art is going to emerge in almost exactly the same way as it did as food became more and more bland and prepackaged and predictable. There will be an organic movement in art where the thing everyone is interested in is, yes, but how human is this? I have a friend who built a camera out of wood that he uses to take photographs of the trees that he made the camera from, and it is the highest resolution camera literally in the world. It's digital. Right. And that type of experimenting we're going to see more and more of. I think actually your outfit did a piece on him, if I'm not mistaken. But that dichotomy, the falseness of it, the idea that it's one or the other of those is key. Because what did McDonald's do? They reduced the human element by making that part as cheap as possible. That's what we will do with the type of entertainment where people are just interested in predictable experience.
But I mean, so that's kind of, Avengers 54 or whatever, isn't it? I mean, it's kind of rinse, repeat. Right. But actually, does that create more empathy, more connection with something that is that we believe to be a human experience, a human creation, a human product? Is that something then that we value more than maybe we have in the past?
Absolutely. And as I said, right now, if you look at it, it's the cost is driving everything, ultimately. Reason being, now there's so many platforms, particularly with the OTT and the production's cost having to stay low, and we were hearing about that earlier, that is putting a lot of pressure on the producers to ensure they're getting more for those resources that are spending on production floor. Which means, where is the time for creativity? Where is the time for real pre-production and planning? Now, all of that's going to affect onto the quality of the outcome. And what would these tools and these technologies would do is actually not just help you accelerate through that process by taking away some of those really tedious jobs that you do on a daily basis, but also be able to support you in that creative aspect. Like, for instance, AI itself. Not only you're able to, or virtual production for that matter, with the virtual production technology, the artist itself is able to see the environment in real time. And the directors have the control of these environments to be able to move and make those creative decisions right then and there, and not having to wait for the post-production. Just imagine the power of that in terms of the outcome, whether it's from a quality point of view, creative decisioning point of view, or even cost point of view.
Abhayanand, do you worry about the loss of skills in the industry at each stage in that creative process, that as we rely on the tech to do more and more, that some of those traditional skills will die out? And actually, is that a problem, or is this just about retraining?
I mean, it has happened likewise for various other technologies that has come in.
Sure.
But then I think it's also upon us to evolve and to adapt to a new technology, and rather being threatened by it, we rather use it to our own advantage.
Is there enough understanding of? Is there enough understanding of that within the industry that that's how it will work?
That's right. I mean, look at editing as a process, right? Before Final Cut Pro happened and various other tools, there was a very different style of editing of movies, right? But the same editors found another tool which helped them cut a movie more, more to the choice that they wanted to make.
Right.
And they adapted to it, and they started using that technology. So people who know how to use it will remain. But people who kind of, resist any change will unfortunately not find themselves very relevant.
Oscar, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, so I feel like we're sort of slightly in false dichotomy territory again. And it's one we've been hearing quite a lot of today. In fact, I remember you were quite explicit when you said, well, you've got to make the artwork with the commerce, haven't you? And that, of course, that's always been true. So it's reasonable as a sort of fallback position, right? And the important thing is, are we losing people of certain skills? Are they just going to retrain? Because in the end, the market must sustain. And that may not be a given. For one thing, art forms have come and gone over the years, but that's not the only thing I'm saying. I'm saying that, I don't know, the fact that Sam Altman is developing a UBI project and cold fusion, or trying to, or at least fusion, and the bloke who runs Anthropic is saying, well, those sorts of things are probably not going to be enough, is worth engaging with on an entirely different level. And just in the sense that this is an entirely different thing. It's very easy, we're all sort of used to it now. Oh, I can have a chat with this thing. Sometimes it says something stupid, I think it's dumb. But, if you try and rewind maybe a year before you ever used it, and you try to remember how shocked you were when you first had a chat with the thing, which I experienced that maybe 3 or 4 years before everybody else when they gave me early access. And it was much weirder back then. That holding on to that strangeness is key, in my opinion, to anticipating just how strange what happens next might be. And what that might be, for example, is that the idea of there being an artistic industry shifts as rapidly as maybe the idea of industry at all. But that's a much larger question than this panel is designed for.
Yeah, and we only have 5 minutes.
Indeed.
Devi, talk to me about XR. Maybe explain for people what it is, and talk to me about how potentially disruptive, or as a tool for creativity, it could change the way that things are made and consumed, I suppose.
Sure, 5 minutes, I'll try and do this fast. Yeah, extended reality is everything that you can think of in terms of immersiveness, augmented reality, virtual reality, and mixed reality. So either you superimpose information into the world that we see today, or you're completely suspended from reality in this immersive world of environments. It's like a parallel world, but completely virtual. Now, coming back to how that's impacting the film and industry is in a huge way. It's already doing it, and that's very critical. Jumping back on the previous conversation, retraining is really, really critical at this stage. Why? Because we are already co-designing with a lot of further education institutions, new courses, because the way how filmmaking, talking about virtual production technology, how that technology even came along is because of game engines, what we're able to achieve in the game technology, have come to a point where it's absolute photorealism is possible through these game engines today, particularly Unreal. Now, with that, we are able to bring locations to studios in a way that you just cannot differentiate the real to the virtual. And just imagine what that's going to do to production cost versus control of creativity. Just enormous. Now, I urge the industry to be open for this change and really take steps now in terms of retraining, whether it's AI or whether it's extended reality. You've probably heard about what's called prompt engineers. Each and every one of us need to be a prompt engineer. So let's really not ignore, it's already here. So please take actions.
And further than that, that as a director, the first time I stepped into one of those virtual studios, and I'm about to try and make something one of them, it's the way that it goes, oh, I can imagine anything now. It doesn't have to be a place that I know that I can go to and film things. Of course, I could do that with a CG budget, but that CG budget has plummeted, right? Yeah. So suddenly, that explosion of possibility is profound.
Yeah, in fact, sorry to just jump in there. It's like, we now hold about 38 some locations, all the global landmarks, right from Oxford Circus all the way to Johannesburg, whatever that may be. But the photorealism, I just can't make out myself.
Yeah, which is again means that we get to have new art forms, art forms that no one has thought of yet.
Yeah.
So let's talk some more about that.
Let's talk some more.
And I assume the driver of that is cost, but also sustainability as well in all this. If you're not having to fly off around the world.
I love that sustainability, net zero targets. Why are we not talking about that?
Yeah, that's for another time. And Abhiyanyan, give me a sense then, we've talked here about film and TV. Gaming, clearly a huge industry, and animation. Animation really struggling, I think it's fair to say at the moment. Why?
I mean, if you look at trends, there comes a time when a certain category of movie does well and everybody starts making similar kind of movies. Right. Like we've seen with what happened with superhero movies. Yeah. So animation is at a stage, wherein they've realized that, we need to come with newer stories. We need to create new worlds.
And it strikes me of all the things that AI could change and absolutely facilitate would be animation.
Absolutely. So, but I think still the storytelling that connect with human emotions will still drive it, whereas animators, however, we use AI tools now to get better at what they're already doing.
Right. Have you guys seen the South Park white paper where they generated the entire South Park town and all the characters became AI versions of themselves, interacted and wrote stories, and now they now have an entire Netflix of that.
And it's just a self-sustaining
Lots of different shows that are writing themselves, and that you can ask them for the type of episode you want. It was one of the Saatchi kids built this. It's very, very interesting times.
And it neatly gets us back to that strike, isn't it? Because we know that this thing is here. How do traditional skills and people who have spent a lifetime in this industry, how do they adapt?
I think we need more evangelists. We need more forums like this in order to advocate how important the change is if they want to stay in the game and not be obsolete.
I think that we're going to see a flourishing of an organic movement. We will see a flourishing of stuff that's so cheap that it costs pennies to have a 3-hour movie with your uncle in it. And I think in the middle, just as when Macromedia Flash appeared on the internet, we will have an explosion of individuals making stuff that's mind-blowing to experience, is totally new in certain ways in terms of art form. But and is as strange as, say, salad fingers.
But is it any good?
That's the point, is that most of it will be terrible, and now and again there will be a piece of genius that otherwise could never have been exposed, and that person will either become a product or they'll become organic.
So then, we may see this absolute, kind of bombardment of media.
Yes.
we all get fed up of it because it's all crap.
Not all.
And then actually we'll focus on the good stuff again. So it will be a flight to quality,
You'll
which
go
will
back
be
to
done by
finding
people
someone, yes.
with
Probably people and some humans with a lot of empathy and emotions.
Yeah. So actually, and therefore proves the point that in all of this, it will be about, is this a good product?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how it's
Absolutely.
made, who's made it, or how much it's cost.
And the
If
audience
it's-
doesn't care anyways.
Yeah.
No.
You know,
Or
what tool
am
have
I
you used to
feeling
make it,
something?
right?
Is there another person on the other side of it? I'm sorry to interrupt, but product. I'm a filmmaker, and product is not the word that I use. I also don't use the word content.
Okay.
I'm like, am I connecting? Is
Am
there
I
an
connecting?
is there an effect I'm having? Am I telling a story and helping people to understand themselves, to cry out something they never even knew they needed to? Like, it's this. Sure, you can wrap it up in a package afterwards, but it's not the productness that makes it functional.
Oh God, I so wish we had more time. There's so
Yeah.
much more I want to talk about. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Really nice to see
Thank
you.
you.
all. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can just request all of you to please settle down. We are in the fag end of our evening, so not too long to go. I know everyone's waiting to go grab some coffee, but we have two very, very interesting sessions left for the day, so if I can request all of you to settle down, please. Firstly, welcome to the Culture and Creativity Forum here at IGF London 2024. Clothes are so much more than just what you wear every day. Fashion is an art. Fashion is a form of expression. Fashion is your identity in many ways. And we have two incredible women who are going to unpack this for us and talk about the latest trends in the fashion industry, what's going right, what's going wrong. So if I could please welcome to stage Kulsum Wahab, CEO of Hotur Foundation, and Dr. Nina van Wolkenberg, Research and Course Lead of the MA Fashion Marketing, the London College of Fashion. You can walk the ramp up and come. I must say, both of you are looking gorgeous. I feel terribly underdressed, but please have a seat. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for coming here to Windsor and to IGF London. Is there a growing realization among fashion brands about inclusivity and sustainability these days? There's greater social awareness, definitely, and is that also translating or even maybe forcing brands to catch up? That's for both of you. You can take that first.
Of course, there is a huge pressure for brands to actually catch up, and I think brands shouldn't get onto that bandwagon.
Mm-hmm.
I think you should be true to yourself and what your brand values are instead of following what the trends are and what other brands are doing, because when you get onto that bandwagon, it's just competition, and with competition you just don't you really can't progress in any which way with sales, with even commitment to sustainability, commitment to giving the right product. So I don't think, in my opinion, I never follow that. Heading a brand, I don't follow that at all.
Yes, Nina.
Well, I work a lot with Gen Zs, so being at London College of Fashion. And now what I've noticed is that it's an expectation. So if a brand is not being sustainable and it's not being inclusive, those Gen Zs, those students, those consumers are going to, there's going to be backlash on social media. And I think what's really interesting in this moment in time is that all of us hold the power. We actually call out those brands. It's not about Vogue calling out those brands anymore. And that's what makes it exciting.
Now, inclusivity, body positivity now these days is a huge change from what, you know, we normally see some really skinny models endorsing a product, or, you know, the fashion brands were associated with, but slowly you're seeing that change. But do you both feel that a lot more needs to be done?
Well, I don't know what you think, but about 5 years ago, there used to be a huge push towards more inclusivity in terms of different body shapes.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the past year, there's almost been this kind of pendulum swing back to, you know, one size zero, which is a huge problem. And, you know, another big problem, when we talked about AI recently, we talked about, you know, XR, and there's a push towards, you know, digital fashion. And an example was Levi's was having inclusivity with different body shapes, but those were not real models.
Yeah.
So there's almost this kind of surface level, you know, approach to inclusivity sometimes. So
Is it virtue signaling then, essentially, which brands are now doing just to tick a box and say, oh, look, we got somebody who's not exactly plus size, but can pass.
But they can't get away with it now because we're all holding them accountable, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Kulsum.
Yeah, so for me, I feel inclusivity is also getting different groups of people, like you know, getting maybe survivors. Like I work with survivors.
I did want to,
I work with underprivileged people. Like why not get them involved as well?
Mm-hmm.
Because fashion, for me, my survivors, the women I work with, they always believed they could never be a part of the fashion industry.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to reverse all these stigmas attached to it. And I had no means at that point. Like I was not even thinking of getting into fashion or starting a fashion brand. But I said, you know, we need to reverse the stigmas attached to this and what these women think that they could. So most of us think that only good-looking people, or you need to be having a specific size to be a part of the fashion industry or to wear particular clothes. That's not the fact, because you can wear anything. You should celebrate every size. You should celebrate yourself. Every woman needs to celebrate herself. And there is beauty within each one of us, which we should help them shine.
Tell us about the work that you do. You work with acid attack survivors. Just tell us about the reasoning behind that, how it all came to you.
You'll be surprised to know, because there was no plan to start a fashion brand, actually. So this was an initiative born to actually give therapy to survivors.
Okay.
These were survivors who had no sense of belonging to any community. They didn't have a sense of worthiness. And we started small therapeutic workshops where they used to stitch, maybe create like little bags, maybe make bangles. They started on this note, and then Ara Lumiere was born, where they started giving a voice to all acid attack survivors, not only acid attack survivors, but also burn survivors. So this brand was born then, and it gives them empowerment and brings them into mainstream conversations, because now these women are triggering conversations not only in India but also globally, because this is something that we all need to be proud of. Like when you see them celebrated on international platforms. Now, for example, I'm speaking on this platform. There are so many people listening to this, because it's like celebrating life for them, celebrating their empowerment.
Yeah, but were they initially hesitant when you said, you know, we want to put you in front? Was there an initial hesitation on their part as well?
Of course, because these were women who would not speak to me in confidence. And these are women who actually went up on the stage of Theatre Scala in Milan. So, you know, she actually spoke on that stage, because that was the greatest form of victory over violence for me.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't believe my eyes. It was truly something. It was a moment of pride and celebration, because these women never thought they could be a part of this industry. And brava today, like we are on,
congratulations to you. Just before we move on, I also wanted to understand what was the reaction to that. Was the industry welcoming, or was there a lot of skepticism and maybe even pushback?
Honestly, I can't be more grateful to especially Milan Fashion Week, Camera Nazionale della Moda Italiana, because they have been so welcoming. And the survivors, I always say that Ara Lumiere was born in India but completely nurtured in Milan, because they have really taken care of them at every stage, where we just started with head couture, and now we are producing garments which are a part of Milan Fashion Week, and they were extremely welcoming, extremely supportive, and this journey continues because we are also getting them to do art. We are getting them into different forms of art in creativity because I believe that there are so many problems that these women are facing, and not only the fashion world should be aware of it, but even the art world, different technology. There's so many ways we could actually highlight these problems, because this was a very marginalized community, marginalized in the sense nobody talked about it, and nobody wanted to even bring them in their midst. So these are women who are now celebrated and talked about, and these are women who are actually breaking barriers.
Indeed, and I think they must be really grateful to you for having faith in them and giving them that opportunity. We're speaking about fashion being inclusive, but I think a part of fashion also inherently is about being exclusive, right? You want to wear that designer brand that nobody else is wearing. You want to be seen wearing. You don't want to have like someone wear exactly what you're wearing. But how do you strike a balance? And Dr. Nina, if I can start with you, how do you strike a balance between exclusivity and accessibility? At the same time, designer brands are pretty unaffordable for most people.
Yeah, great question. And I mean, there's obviously a cultural nuance. So, you know, the West has a very different perspective to luxury to, I don't know, South America or, you know, East Asia. And I think that's one of the beauties of this industry are those differences. But, you know, when we buy a garment, we're not buying it, you know, because of you know, the fabric necessarily, but it's what does that fabric do to you? How do you feel wearing it? And, you know, oftentimes some of the luxury labels, you know, you're buying a feeling of status or a feeling of power. And I think that's what's exciting, because if you are one of these big brands, you can then take that feeling and then apply it and diversify into different ways. So I don't think necessarily the conversation is anymore about, you know, this is what I have, this is what you have. That was something very much, you know, in the 80s of having the gold watch and showing it off. But now, you know, we've been hearing a lot about quiet luxury. We've been hearing more about you know, kind of less is more, because all of our lives are always, you know, broadcast around social media. So I think holding some of those, you know, not showing those brands everywhere is what we're seeing as well.
Let me put you on the spot a bit here. If you had a choice between a brand that, you know, your brand, say, that could be endorsed and sworn by a celebrity versus, say, the common person who says, I love this, it's so comfortable, I love wearing this, what would you choose?
Gosh, you know, well, so I'm in kind of the field of marketing, and we're seeing that kind of that celebrity endorsement, that influencer endorsement is actually much less powerful today, because we don't trust those figures anymore as much. So it's much more about, you know, how it links to your identity, you know, what your communication is, what are you trying to express. So again, I think those mega influencers hold a little bit less power.
Yeah, Kulsum, fashion is about status and, you know, aspiration. You want that designer handbag, you save up for that. But again, same question, how do you strike the balance, or should you strike the balance between accessibility and exclusivity?
I think it's each one's personality, and you should always play for your personality and see how, like, you know, it's not about what you own and what you're wearing. It's always how you put things together. I think so. I'm exposed to, fortunately, to Milan Fashion Week, and I'm exposed to a lot of emerging designers. So I like to buy emerging talents, because these are things, because these talents use a lot of sustainable fabrics, and the designs are also quite amazing. And you know, when you wear it, people always think it's some big brand, and then they ask you, oh, this must be so and so brand. But then, you know, it's about how you put things together and how you actually wear it. It's about styling it. It's styling how you style a garment. You can be wearing Zara, and it can still look better than what a, like, you know, a luxury garment can look.
And those young designers, I mean, Milan, London have such an amazing culture in this space. They take risks, you know, they're not just following the trends, they're the ones that actually set the pace. And the big brands are looking at them now.
Looking at them and following it.
Copying them sometimes.
So what more can these big brands do, though, to support local artisans, local communities, you know, especially, say, in India, where you have some phenomenal art, but not necessarily the platform, the backing, the finance. So what would be your advice to them?
I think collaborations. I think collaborations is something that, like, you know, everyone should adopt. Everyone, every brand should adopt, because when a smaller brand is collaborating with a larger brand, that brand gets a push firstly, and then the brand is recognized a little more. And then once the brand is recognized, so okay, this brand is associated with a bigger brand. So there are lots more opportunities coming in, and these brands grow. And not only do they grow, but the bigger brands learn from the smaller brands in many ways. A lot of practices, sustainable practices, when we use sustainability as a term, I don't know, it has a lot of different meanings to it. People use it so frivolously, but then it's got such a deep meaning, sustainability. For me, sustainability is empowerment. It is all about empowering a community, bringing that community up, making sure that the labor laws are in place, making sure we are taking care of everything that's there on the grassroots level. I think that's sustainability for me. That is something that every brand needs to look into deeply, because that's the way forward.
We need to redefine sustainability from this narrow framework that we're looking at. Did you say yes? You wanted to
Well, I just wanted to add to that. And I mean, I'm personally really excited by this kind of crossroad between technology and craft within fashion. And a lot of brands are starting to integrate digital product passports into their garments. So you have a QR code in this dress, for example, you scan it, and then you get to see that journey of that piece. So, you know, where was the cotton grown? You know, who are the people that actually created that garment? And, you know, listening to the stories today from all of the creatives, you know, we want to know, you know, whose hands were on these garments. And I think that's a huge opportunity to really celebrate and enhance craft as well, because, you know, somebody in London might not know about the process of, you know, block print, or, you know,
that's happening in India.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think there's a beautiful conversation that can be had, you know, through these emerging technologies as well.
And do you think that's going to catch on, though?
Yes, I mean, there's such an appetite for it.
It's going to grow big, because technology integrated garments is the next big thing. Because we were just like, I was just talking about it yesterday, how it's going to be the next big thing. And even with our garments, we have a QR code, Dr. Neena. So when you actually scan that, you know the story of which survivor has made this garment. And you know what she's been through, how many surgeries she's been through, and what she's been through in her life, and what got her here, and how you are giving her empowerment, and how you're taking care of her life. So then the consumer feels very invested in that garment, or they feel like they are not only transforming that woman's life, but they're giving hope to the world.
And they will never get rid of that garment either.
Of course, like, you know, that's how you create value for fashion.
Exactly.
Well, it's a fantastic note to end on, the future of fashion, the future of the integration of fashion and technology. And as much as I would have loved to ask some fashion tips, not just for me, but for maybe for everyone in this room, unfortunately, we're completely out of time. But thank you both so very much for joining us this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Oh God, I look so tiny compared to the two of you, towering over me in your heels. Thank you so much.
Oh, it's so wonderful to hear.
मैं हाँ दिलजीत दोसांझ
I really enjoy it.
One of the strengths of your country is clearly its youth. You have so many young people in a vibrant society with a lot of creativity.
It's trusted and reliable and curated. I'm a big fan.
Social in a good way.
Yeah, we're a couple.
It is very liberating.
You have a famous hair flip that you do?
That's true. I haven't done it.
Hit us with it.
Okay.
Oh, wow, brilliant.
Today at Windsor. I'm going to invite on to stage two sporting legends. Now, you might think this is the Culture and Creativity Forum. What are we doing with sports? Sports is so vital to shaping identities, shaping nations, shaping civilizations, as is culture. And sport really brings people together, although, of course, with great rivalries, it also tears them apart. But we have in our midst two people who are not just sporting ambassadors, but also cultural ambassadors. And it gives me great joy to welcome Dr. Deepa Malik, the first Indian woman Paralympic medalist. She's a former president of the Paralympic Committee of India. She's a Padma Shri, Khel Ratna and Arjuna awardee. I'm going to run out of breath with all her accolades. And if that isn't enough, we also have Abhinav Bindra, India's first individual Olympic gold medalist, a World Championship gold, and multiple medals at the Commonwealth Games. Again, the Arjuna Award, Khel Ratna Award, Padma Bhushan. Oh my God, thank you. I have run out of breath, so please both, yeah.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing? Thank you so much. Thank you to both of you for being here. Really appreciate your time. I'm in very august company. We've had you both through the week, and we've been very privileged at IGF to have the two of you talk about your own personal journeys, the odds that you've overcome, and really how you've become these legends. But what I really appreciate and what I want to talk about is your life after sport, because you could have just rested on your laurels, but through both your foundations, you're continuing to inspire and create a new generation of athletes and para-athletes. So Dr. Malik, if I can start, if you want to talk about your foundation and the work that you do, and then Abhinav, over to you.
Yes. So we have this foundation called Wheeling Happiness, and this is, I always say, was the brainchild of my daughter, because when we were going through our struggling days as upcoming para-athletes, and as you know, me and my daughter, we both suffered our share of disabilities, and we thought sports was a great medium to talk about our abilities beyond disabilities. But as two educated women and going through common struggles, whether it was me at my age in my severe disability, or for her in her ambulant disability at her age, we realized that the struggles were almost the same for a person when a person with disability starts the journey of sports, or not just sports, when they try to identify their journey to discovering themselves after undergoing a trauma or disability, or empowering themselves. So then how can we be the guiding lights? Because we've been there, done that. We've gone through our own share of struggles. So that is how Wheeling Happiness was born, and to help them with the right guidance, the right assistive aids, the correct wheelchairs in a particular disability, the right kind of rehabilitation, what is the kind of clothing, how to do bladder and bowel management. There were so many things that they were deprived of. Even I could get rehabilitated 7 years later than I got paralyzed into these things which would help you become a better athlete, a para-athlete. So that is how it was born, and that's what we do. We try to assist grassroots level children and those who reach out to us because they are financially challenged, or they are living in a far-flung area, to create their ecosystem accessible, so that in their own living area they can develop their faculties, and they can practice sports by adding a little bit of help here and there infrastructurally. And so that's how, because the journey to becoming, coming out of your home to becoming a national medalist, till you get absorbed by the government policies and government funding programs.
I do want to talk about that.
So that journey is where we try and assist them.
Yes, that's phenomenal. Abhinav, what about your foundation?
Well, my foundation is my primary outreach to sport in India after my playing days got over. Our work is in 3 pillars. The first one's intervention. We support about 250 odd young athletes between the ages of 12 and 16 under a scholarship program called STEAM. So we integrate science, technology, engineering, analytics, and medicine into their training. We also provide 100 free surgeries to athletes who do get injured, and these needn't be elite athletes, but athletes at the grassroots level who also need support and rarely get it. We also have a program for the female athlete called Sport for Her. It's a platform to empower female participation into sport, but also empower them through their journey. Our second pillar of work is education, because I believe it's not just about supporting athletes, but it is about really empowering the whole ecosystem that surrounds the athlete. So we run a sports science and research institute where we give degrees in sports science, physiotherapy, psychology, nutrition, etc., etc. We do a lot of work in athlete mental health, because that is my personal passion, and I've done a lot of work with the IOC, the International Olympic Committee, with it, so bringing in all those resources into India. The third, and for me the most important pillar, and which I'm deeply passionate about, is using the power of sport for social good.
Yep.
We run a program called the Olympic Values Education Program. The program is of the International Olympic Committee. We're running it in 2 states in India, in Orissa and in Assam.
Yep.
The program is an experiential learning program to make young kids active, to get young kids to just simply play sport, not for them to become some champions or Olympians or whatever, but to get healthier, and most importantly, to imbibe values and develop character through sport.
Yep.
We're currently running it in 60,000 schools between the 2 states, so about close to 10 million kids in the program, so it's quite a massive exercise.
It's amazing, yeah.
Yeah, and no, but that's what I do, and it brings me much meaning. It takes a lot of my time, but it is important work.
I mean, I know the foundation is your way of giving back to the sport, giving back to the nation, but presumably it's also filling a certain vacuum that exists in our sporting infrastructure, governmental support, organizational support. There has always been this criticism, concern that in India, besides cricket, there is no infrastructural support for other sports. Do you see that changing from a official position, from at least in terms of the government support, in terms of support from the sports ministry and from the associations?
Definitely, I think to the elite Indian athlete, support is very, very good. I think the Indian elite athlete is very well looked after. And its support is at par with the rest of the world, if not even better in some cases. So there, I think we're doing really, really well. But I think what we need to see a change is in how we view sport. So far, India has embraced sport from the lens of winning tournaments, winning competitions, and that is good and that is absolutely important.
Yeah.
But what we need to see changing is, how we see sports role in nation building. We are a very young country, such a young population. We have to see how we can include sport in achieving our various goals that we have.
Yeah.
So to make our country a healthier country, the role of sport can be absolutely massive. We have to get young people to play. We have to get young people moving, and that is absolutely critical, essential to happen. So from a health perspective, the role of sport is huge. From an education perspective, I think sport plays a very massive role as well. The next decade will be a disruption in education as well with artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
But one thing that artificial intelligence cannot do is imbibe values into young kids. And the role of sport there is absolutely vital to build characters. Sport teaches us so much. It teaches us teamwork, integrity, setting goals, etc., etc. So there it's very important. Gender equality. Sport has been one thing which is showcasing to the world in breaking barriers. The Paris Games in a couple of weeks will be the first gender-neutral games, for example. Same amount of women in competing, same amount of events for men and women. And we've seen it back home, when we have people like Dr. Deepa Malik and all the other champions, when they've gone out and win, they've inspired a whole generation of girls to take up sport and to play sport. So sports role there is very, very important.
That's what I was saying, right? Sports is culture in many ways.
Absolutely.
It is, you can't separate the two.
So when we do see this shift happening where sport really becomes a part and parcel of policy in different fields, that is where we'll see the next spur of growth in sport, and that will help us reach our aspirations that we have.
Let me just add on to that question, and you can answer both together maybe. the imbalance obviously has always been there between cricket and other sports. Do you also continue to see, if you do, an imbalance perhaps between the Olympics and the Paralympics in terms of the interest, in terms of the support, in terms of both government and private support for it?
Okay, I answer that. Paralympics in India and love for parasports is nascent. It's recent. Unfortunately, the first medal which we are celebrating through the movie Chandu Champion was won in 1972. And then there was a long gap. And it took almost 73, 74 years of independent India to make the first female medal. So there is a void, there was a vacuum, there was a lack of recognition of the value system around the parasports. The policies were not defined, and we still have our own barriers in terms of, even today, the parasports federations are registered in the Society Act and not as a national sports federation. So there is still confusion whether it is a mainstream sport or it is a charity sport. And we are still reeling with that after effect of it being a charity sport. So, but however, I'm very happy that today our policies are in place, and we are doing fairly well, and we are giving a lot of opportunities for Indians to swell with pride by winning quite a lot of medals.
Most certainly.
We are increasing it's on the rise rapidly. And when you play Paralympic sports, I think that's what it does. It makes ramps. It makes any place inclusive.
Absolutely.
I think I'm the only one for whom this ramp has been made, but it is right here.
Yeah, as it should be.
And
Yes.
it is bringing in the universal accessibility for everybody. And visually also it's making you aware that yes, we need ramps, we need accessibility. So it just makes any nation more developed. It makes a society more accepting and more inclusive. And parasports are definitely, when a person rises above their disability and goes out to play and makes your nation proud, it creates a better value system, like how you're saying, it teaches values, and the values get enhanced, multiplied when you see a person in disability winning a medal, working hard, pushing their boundaries.
Most certainly.
Yes, but the policies are in place, I would say, but we need to definitely expand the awareness part, more infrastructurally accessible sporting arenas. And like Abhinav said, we need to create an education system around it. Unless more and more coaches know how to train persons with disability, unless and until persons with disability while playing realize that there is a proper performance enhancing education, there is science, there is nutrition, there is conditioning, there is injury management. So when you put all this together is then when we'll be able to make it a more medal winning. And then fact is that we are a medal hungry nation, and we recognize
Most certainly.
anything. We equate anything with victory. So when you win, you celebrate and you follow.
Yeah.
So, and in any case, medals of a country depend not on the population of the country, it depends on the playing population of the country.
And India doesn't have as big a playing population as we should.
We need to increase the grassroots,
Certainly.
the lower base, and have more and more persons with disability to come out and play.
Yes.
And then it again rotates back to accessibility, infrastructure, transportation, awareness. Awareness. Though I'll very proudly again reiterate, which I said the other day also on the forum, that India has the best cash rewards, job opportunities, funding programs for the elite, and when you come back with a medal, they really treat you so well with a lot of love, respect.
You mentioned interest and awareness, right? Now, one thing, India, as you said, is a medal-hungry nation. We're also very passionate people. Every 4 years or every 2 years, every time there's a major tournament, a country that doesn't traditionally follow a sport will suddenly become armchair experts about the sport, and they'll say, well, you should have shot like this, or somebody will probably stop you on the road and say, well, your arm was at this angle, it should not. Everyone becomes overnight experts. Do you find that encouraging, though, that people are watching the sport, and do you think athletes are prepared for that kind of scrutiny, criticism, especially in this?
Well, then I'm glad that my interest in my sport came only once in 4 years. But no, I think it's all good. I think as long as people watch sport, I think that is important. And I think, every time people ask me, how can I support sport in India? And, I'm so interested in sport. All I tell them is, you always don't have to write a check to support sport.
Yes.
Just go and watch sport. That in itself is a massive contribution that you can make. Whenever there's the next state competition happening in your city or a little district competition, go and watch sport, because in that way you are making a meaningful contribution by giving athletes an audience, because we also require spectators. We need people to watch us perform. So as long as interest is alive, and I do see that increasing multifold in India. We have now the youngest population. Sport probably is being, of course, played and consumed at a historic high in India, and I think that is the great big shift we are seeing in sport, because we have sport is also now becoming a priority for everybody. It's important to the leadership. It's important to the politicians.
Do you think there's been
states.
a change from where
Of
it
course,
was? There has.
The elections depend on first-time voters, and the first-time voters love sport. So, so that is an important element to keep in mind. So, which is great. Great because it helps sport, and we are seeing sport develop. But again, coming back to the point that both of us have made, is that we need to create a culture for community sport. We need to create a culture where people get an opportunity to just play, and it can't just be directed. Support cannot be directed only at the elite level. When we give these opportunities to more young people to just play, the byproduct of that entire exercise will be that more people will get into elite sport, and that will then result in more medals. So we need to rethink that a little bit, and I'm sure that is happening, but that will take time, because for policies such as that, these are long-term policies, and for them to give results is an 8 to 10 year cycle.
We have both the Olympics and the Paralympics coming up. Firstly, I'm going to Ab ki baar kitni paras, since that seems to be the favorite catchphrase and slogan. I am going to put you on the spot and ask you for a number. But before that, there's so much of conversation about India hosting the Olympics, India hosting the Paralympics. Do you think we are there yet? Is it something, are we mixing up, are we conflating national pride with hosting the Olympics when probably we're not there yet? Or do you think we are ready? I'll start with you, Deepaji, and then Abhinav can answer.
So let me take an example from the recently conducted World Cup shooting we had. We hosted, this was a Tokyo qualification, quota qualification event, and despite all odds, we were able to host it. First ever World Cup which was hosted by us, and the reviews that we got from the organizers, from the head committee, that this was one of the best. And let us be conscious of the fact that we really do not have that kind of accessibility, and yet we put it together. So when we put our minds to it, we can. And in 2025, we are trying to bid for the World Para-Athletics Championship as well, and athletics is the most popularly played sports in para sports. So yes, we are preparing ourselves, we are gearing ourselves, and I feel that if I was personally present when the last IOC meeting happened in Mumbai, and Honorable Prime Minister was himself there, and there was a very clear intention of bringing Olympics home to India. And now that we are doing so well holistically as a nation, culturally, financially, in the technology space, we are becoming leading manufacturers. So I think that only organically translates into us becoming the host of the biggest sporting event. And I personally would be very happy if that happens, because just the Commonwealth Games in 2010, because the Commonwealth Games has a format where it is inclusive. The Olympic and the Paralympic sports are played together in the same arena at the same time, and the medal counting is inclusive. So if I win and it is never counted as a para medal or an Olympic medal, it is counted as an Indian medal.
Okay.
That itself changed the whole scene for the para sports because from there the real awareness happened that what are the policies, what are the requirements, because we were the host country. So we built that ecosystem and it also translated into us then demanding continued facilities which were created for that particular event. So I think it will be great because India has maximum amount of populations with persons with disability who are rearing to go, who want to talk about their abilities and empower themselves. And nothing better than having an identity of a sports person.
Yeah.
Because it automatically shifts the focus of your weakness in the body to the strength of your character and the whole being.
Certainly.
So I think we should have it. And
but the question is when, Abhinav, when is there too much focus on the when rather than the how or why maybe?
Well, a couple of things. I think firstly, for a global movement like the Olympics, it makes complete sense to have a closer relationship with the world's largest population. I mean, every fourth or fifth person in the world is an Indian. So, there's a lot of synergy between both parties. But I think more than infrastructure, I think what we need is a vision. And we need a vision that actually transcends far beyond the sporting event itself. The Olympics, whenever held in India, has to be seen as a catalyst for change. How the games can really address challenges and how it can seize opportunities. It really has to be a springboard for how we can make India a healthier country, how we can make India a more inclusive country. It's not just about the Olympics, it's about the Paralympics. How can an event of that magnitude create a movement where we have more inclusive spaces for people with disabilities? How can we make sport more inclusive? How can the Olympics, hosting the Olympics, act as a springboard where we give more opportunities to young people across the length and breadth of the country to play sport? Economics, I think, how can the games contribute towards economic innovation, for example? How can the games support small businesses in the region, whatever region actually ends up being the host or being or regions being the host? How can the games contribute towards environmental sustainability? There is a big push of the games towards the environment at the moment. How can we create more greener infrastructure? How can we create more green jobs? So we have to create a vision which transcends beyond sport, which we have to create a legacy which is before the games, we have to create a legacy during the games, and we have to create a legacy which goes far and beyond hosting the games. When we think of hosting the games, or we give a vision, a larger vision, then I think it makes a lot of sense to host. But it cannot just be centered to the 2 weeks of sporting competition and just scrambling to create the infrastructure and just get it done. We have to use this massive exercise to make India better.
Nation-building exercise, essentially.
We have to use it as to make India better through sport.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
And let me add to that what Abhinav just said, that we have to also have it for a long term. The vision has to be long term. For example, Tokyo 2020, the International Paralympic Committee started a campaign called We the 15. So it was launched alongside, it's the purple color movement, and the entire world's monuments were colored purple. It also initiated the Purple Fest, one of the largest disability convention that is now already done 2 editions and is hosted in Goa by the Goa Disability Commission under the able guidance of Honorable Prime Minister. So it's a thought-provoking movement, and it is a 10-year campaign. So it just doesn't end with the sport.
Yeah.
It continues, and when we say we the 15, we're talking about the 15% population of the world. It is not country specific, region specific. It is we're talking about a whole world. So every time when the world comes together, I think every time an Olympic or a Paralympic happens, it's like the world coming together. And there is always something constructive that comes out of it.
Certainly.
Like from Tokyo 2020, for 10 years, we're talking about the rights of persons with disability, inclusion. And We the 15 is one such movement. And this is what sporting competitions like these can do.
I'm completely out of time and I'm going to get into a lot of trouble for this, but very, very quickly, any predictions for the Olympics, the Paralympics, anything very quickly, because I'm really in trouble now with the time.
I think Paralympics, we definitely, if I talk about India's journey to Paris 24, it's going to be far better than Tokyo 2020. The number of sports have increased. Last time we participated in 9 sports. This time we are participating in 12 sports. The women participation is increased because the number of medals and your success depends on how many events and how many people have qualified to play and how close are we in the top 5 slots. So we do see a potential there for medals to grow. I do see them in double digits again. And since new sports are added, our chances are more. So it's going to be
fantastic.
A better
performance, no doubt.
Better performance, no doubt, with more women medals also on the cards.
Well, our best ever with 7 at Tokyo. I'm quite sure that we'll better that, so we'll come back with our best ever performance and hopefully with our first ever female Olympic champion.
You're going to have more company very soon, I'm sure. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Deepa Malik, Abhinav Bindra, thank you so much. Should we just gather around for a quick photo? We can just come there, that's fine. We are done with the Culture and Creativity Forum. Thank you so much for being here. We continue, though, to be in Windsor, where we have the Founders and Funders Forum tomorrow. We hope to see you all once again there. Join the conversation. If you're using social media, do tag us on hashtag IGF London 2024. Thank you so much, and I will see you tomorrow.
At Parth Forge Limited, we don't believe in pause buttons. 50 years ago, we hit play, and we haven't stopped since. We move, we go places, and we take our legacy with us. We started small, but our dreams were big. And we chased them tirelessly with all our heart. That's what brought us to the top. To the world's biggest names. And to people's lives. We're committed to partnering greatness, no matter where we go. From India to Germany, to France to Sweden and USA. We always go that extra mile and bring the best to wherever our clients are, and we never settle. Over 50 years, we have pioneered innovations across fields. Our expertise keeps sharpening